We are joined by other members of the Board of Input Housing Corp, who are also parents of future residents of Input Housing. We are especially pleased to have some of those future residents joining us this evening. I would like to acknowledge the City for the help and support they have offered during the planning stages of our project. This project is unique, it's one of a kind, and therefore does not fit neatly into any particular building classification. With guidance and encouragement from various individuals within the City, we appear before you this evening. The 11-unit building will be home to 10 young adults with intellectual disabilities and a caretaker couple. Our plan came from a shared desire by a group of parents to ensure safe, lifelong, family-owned housing for our children with intellectual disabilities. It answers the question, what will happen to my child when I am gone? This creative co-housing solution will allow residents to live in safety while realizing their full potential. In my presentation, you may hear me refer to the units as apartments or condominiums. The intention is to construct this building as an assisted living, low-rise apartment building with a conversion to condominiums upon completion of construction. Our model fits well within the City's official community plan. One of the fundamental concepts behind this forward-looking document is the concept of providing complete neighborhoods. Our future residents may be a little different from other people living in the area in that they may need some assistance to live independently. However, they certainly have the right to live in a beautiful neighborhood of their choosing. We recognize change and the unknown may prompt uncertainty. We believe that by providing more information about our project, we can turn negative perception into anticipation and optimism. In this approval process, we have encountered some concerns from area residents. I would like to address each identified issue separately. Parking. It's most unlikely that any of the 10 condo owners will possess a vehicle. We anticipated people's concerns, and therefore our building provides one assigned parking space for each condo. This far exceeds the required number of parking stalls. Each resident's parking space will be available for parents and visitors. This building may present fewer parking issues than other residents allowed on the street. For example, if single dwelling houses were constructed on these lots, each building would require only one parking stall, and therefore any overflow parking would be on the street. Traffic congestion. As indicated, the residents do not own vehicles. Some residents will rely primarily on public transit. Others will be assisted by family members, or on some occasions, service providers or taxis. Quite often their work and volunteer schedules do not coincide with the typical rush hour times, thus not contributing to traffic congestion. Property values. This low-rise condominium will add to the beauty and character of the neighborhood. The building's design and exterior finishes complement the design aesthetic of the neighborhood. The yard has been designed by a professional landscape architect to add beauty to the site and neighborhood in all seasons. Pride of ownership rather than rental units will help to ensure the building is well maintained and attractive. Crime. The future residents of Input Housing are already valued contributing members of society. Some have jobs, some volunteer, all are active in our city. They will be owners and long-term residents, not transients or troubled individuals. We are concerned about crime too. The desire to provide safe, stable homes for 10 adults is the very reason for the existence of this project. Although they are capable and will live semi-independently, they are also considered vulnerable adults. They are more likely to be victims of crime rather than the perpetrators. We would not be here before you if we did not passionately believe in our children's right to have a safe place to live. We would not have embarked on this project if we did not know from our experience how much these young people have enriched and will continue to enrich our lives and the lives of all who have come to know them as friends, colleagues, and neighbors. Thank you for your time. We would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We do have a question. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Popovich, to you and your delegation for bringing forward this very worthwhile project. I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about how the community within the building will work, how the residents will be able to support each other.
Sure. I'll try that one. So the vision is that the adults living in the building are very active. As Greg had noted, some have jobs, some are volunteering, but they are all active in Regina in a variety of capacities. The belief is that this is lifelong learning for all of them so that they will be involved in the care and the uptake and the upkeep and the maintenance of the building, let alone their own suites as well as the common areas. Lifelong learning, so that's cooking skills, snow shoveling, cutting the lawn, whatever that case may be in there. As Greg noted, they do not have cars and not expecting them to ever own a car or drive. That may change. So they don't have the ability to hop in the car and go see their friend and go out for supper and maybe for a cup of coffee halfway across town. This group will become the family of themselves. All of them, the goal is to get them to know each other even more than they already do. That they will interact, and we view that the 10 residents will be their family. There's a significant amount of common area planned within the facility, and as Greg had noted, we have made room for a house mom, a house dad, somebody support and just to oversee to make sure that things are okay, and that when my daughter Lindsay doesn't show up at 10:30 at night when she should, somebody's going to ask some questions just to make sure. But what we've seen with this group of young adults thus far is that they do look out for each other and that they are that family, that they will take care. So somebody will be asking those questions as well. But I'm hoping that, Councillor Hawkins, that helps answer your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ast. It does. I have one further question I might ask. How do you think that what do you think Harbour Landing as a community has to contribute to the residents of this new apartment complex?
Oh, thank you. Well, Harbour Landing, in my view, I'm not sure about the zoning, but to me, the area that we're looking at is a medium density, and there's a variety of new immigrants in that area, and a growing and vibrant area with commercial and retail going on. Our hope is that some of these young adults might be working in those areas, in some of the commercial areas that are relatively close. The park system, the biking system are all wonderful additions to that area. And I guess as Greg had noted, this is part of a more complete community, adding one more facet, I guess, to that community in a variety of different ways.
Sounds like a perfect fit to me. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Your worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward this evening. Do you have any concerns about caregivers who may go in for different shifts if people need assistance with their activities of daily living and the parking and transportation around that through you, Your Worship?
We had sort of a two-tiered approach to, I guess, how caregivers would interact with the people living within the home. We know that some of the people living there will have various caregivers depending on how much help they need over the course of a day, maybe not every day, several times a week. Those people they would come and go as required to suit the needs of the individual who they're helping. The second part of the plan, I guess, is that the house mom and dad would be there on a continual basis to kind of oversee and understand and become friends with all of the people living there. So as far as parking goes, in that respect, they would have their own parking spot. They would live there on their own. People coming to individual caregivers who would come to help the individual residents could park in the residents' parking spot, because each condominium will have its own one parking spot dedicated to that condo. So it's also, I guess, possible that there would be more than 10 people helping at a time, but I really doubt it. We see 2 or 3 maybe. That still has to be determined exactly based on the individual needs of the people who are going to be living there. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. I saw there were 10 parking spots, and I concluded from that there would be enough parking. My other concern is you said eventually these residents will be owners of these suites. Does that include the house parents?
Pardon me?
Does that include the house mom and dad?
No. Those people, they would reside within the condominium complex, I guess, as renters or some other form of agreement, I guess, between Input Housing Corporation and the people living there.
Okay, thank you. Do you have requirements if I owned a suite and lived there and I decided to sell it? Can I sell it to anybody in the community, or is there some requirements around who I can sell it to?
There are definitely requirements, and Dean's going to tell you what they are.
So my understanding, our legal counsel will tell us more, but my understanding is that our vision is ownership and protection for those young adults that will be living in that residence and will be protected from any outside influence that forces them to move, whether that's a social services system or whatever. So if they decide to move, the goal would be to find another resident that fits with this group through some sort of an application process and including some input from the residents that are already there. I'm rambling. Councillor Bryce, can you repeat the question, please?
Thank you. Does it exclude me from selling the suite to anybody, or do they have to meet requirements?
So, no, it doesn't exclude you from doing that. But Input Housing, our group has stepped up and saying that we would like to find a resident that fits, that meets with those with the other residents quite well. We also believe that there is a significant amount of common area space, I think in the range of 45% of the whole total area. So you or I may not want to live there because we're buying a significant amount of common space that we may never use, whereas the vision again for the young adults is to be able to use activity room, TV room, do a variety of different things together that you and I may have no desire. So does that help?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. An excellent vision, and I think it's really needed in our community. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, gentlemen. Great project. One question. You mentioned ownership. There's some discussion here about some rental space in there as well. Could you discuss a little bit more about the affordability component? What type of units are we looking at? What's the price range? Would there be some units that are available for those who are dependent upon social assistance?
Right now, the average there are 8 one-bedroom suites and 2 two-bedroom suites. The one-bedroom suites are about 750 square feet on average. The two-bedroom suites are about 1,000 square feet. Our vision, I guess our goal, is that right now all of the suites would be sold and owned by families, so that there really is not right now, I guess, a plan for low-income housing or whatever. However, I guess, sure.
Yeah.
I guess there is no plan for rental right now, but Dean, do you want to add to that?
Sure, yeah. So to us, this vision, this is another option for social housing in Regina. It's definitely not for everybody. Right now, we are envisioning costs for each of those suites in the mid $300,000 range, and that takes a lot of people out of that. We are also actively seeking support from all 3 levels of government to help that may bring that into more reasonable for a wider variety of residents. But definitely, I mean, it's not necessarily for everybody. The goal is a lot of these kids are fairly active, these adults are fairly active, and it's just another option that's out there.
Thank you. Maybe just a follow-up, and just so I'm clear on this, I couldn't purchase a unit in there and rent it out at rates that people on social assistance could afford. Is that a possibility? There's still ownership, but I'm then renting it out to someone else based on income need.
I'm not sure I could. Huh? Yes? That is possible.
I guess, and to push that a bit further, you kind of hinted that there would be some control mechanism over ownership. What does that actually look like? And can you walk me through maybe the legal framework under which that's possible?
You want to ask me?
Are we allowed to?
You can have someone else come up who can answer. Yes, if there's someone
Thank you,
with
Your
you,
Worship.
they can just come up and identify who they are for the record and answer the question. Yes. So welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself for the record.
Ron Warsaba. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Absolutely. So if we're thinking about controlling ownership, I think one of the delegates had kind of hinted at some kind of control or oversight of who owns and how we're buying and selling units there. Could you just walk me through the legal framework here? How can you control who buys and who sells and that kind of oversight?
Well, there'll be some semblance of control. Essentially, families will own the units, and they'll be rented to the children.
Right, okay.
When the family wants to move, wants to sell, the idea would be that they are free to sell it. Input would have a right of first refusal, however, to exercise some control as far as and assistance to sell that unit. So it'd be difficult. Well, there's not. It would be a little difficult for them to just sell to anybody without input being involved in start some of that process. So we'd all be working together to achieve that result.
Great, thank you. So just hypothetically, if Sask Housing wanted to purchase a unit in here and use it for their own public policy objectives, maybe for the hard to house, would that be possible?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, thank you for coming forward. And the project really fits a need in our community. And I think as parents, you probably found that it was hard to find a place for your child to go. Is that how this project came about?
Yeah, that is exactly how this project came about. 6 years ago, we were sitting around and our kids were getting to the age where their siblings were moving out and they were asking, when do we get to move out? And for some of them, that was nearly impossible with the way things are right now. So we just started thinking about, in the perfect world, where would our kids live? What would be perfect for them? So like I said, 6 years ago, we started talking about this and planning it, and I guess one of the most important, or the most important, I guess the founding idea on this idea is that those where they live are owned and controlled by them, the people that live there, or I guess someone tied to them, so that at no point in their life, we're trying to plan for when we're gone, 30 years from now. Will they still have a place to live, a safe place to live, a place where they know no one can tell them you have to leave? That's how this idea came to be, based on the fact that they would own the place where they lived. After that, we asked them, who do you want to live with? Their friends, just like we all want to live with our friends. And they sort of, how big should it be? We talked about these details until there was nothing left to talk about, literally. And then we just kept moving forward. And that's kind of how, I could give you the 3 or 4 day version, but that's kind of an overview of how we got to where we are.
Thank you for that. And do you know if this has been done in any other city?
To our knowledge, there's one is there one in Vancouver? Similar?
Yeah.
But we've actually talked to builders, people who have said, yeah, I've heard of this. This is a great idea. You've gotten farther than anyone has ever gone before. And we're not done yet. So I guess we're leading the pack so far. But yeah, as far as we're aware, this is the first.
So I just want to add on just a comment, Your Worship.
Comments in the report stage, not quite just questions right now, right?
And so I guess the last thing I'll ask is, and I think Councillor Stevens reiterated it, too, as someone who has a special needs daughter, there is a shortage out there. And so it would be open, if there was availability, it would be open to others if they were able to move in.
Yes.
Good. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Oh, okay. No other questions from council. You can return to the gallery. Thank you very much for answering questions. And we'll go to our next delegation. Elizabeth Popowich. You've been here before many times, Ms. Popowich, but for the record, identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Elizabeth Popowich. I'm grateful for the opportunity to add a few additional comments to our delegation's request for an amendment to the zoning bylaw and discretionary use application. I know I'm not supposed to deviate from my notes, but I wondered if I might take just a moment to introduce.
You are allowed to do it within 5 minutes. You can just speak to
Sure.
the issue. You don't have to read your text.
I only wanted to introduce a few of our future residents who are here and some of the parents present. Danielle, I'll ask them to wave, I guess. Danielle Moskaluk with her parents, Kathy and Dave. We have Stephanie Reitmeyer and her parents, Roseanne and John. Bree Warsaba and her parents, Trish and Ron. Lindsay Ast, Lynn and Dean. Jessie Vogel with her mom, Jeanette. Nicholas Popowich, our son, belongs to Greg and me. And not here this evening, sends his regrets, Mr. Chris Milani. His parents are Michael and Diane. So I'm here this evening to speak as a parent and an advocate, although anyone who knows any of the future residents of Input Housing would know how eloquently these young adults express their dreams and goals for their lives. I can say with confidence that any one of them will tell you why they want to have a place they can call their own. And if you have a few hours, they will talk about a place where ownership will guarantee that no one could ever make them homeless in their own city. My chief purpose, though, is to address what we call the I word. Through the course of this project, we have learned that sometimes what people don't say is as important as what they do say. And no one has actually uttered the word institution in any of our discussions so far, but it has come up in the past, and so we think it's critically important for you on council and also members of our community to know that this is not an institution. The people who will be living in this building are friends who've chosen to live in each other's company. Many share similar interests. They feel safe and comfortable with each other. Together, they form a strong, diverse community made up of individuals. And as parents, I can tell you that we have marveled time and again with how well they look out for each other. They all have their own strengths, and like the rest of us, they all have weaknesses. But when they come together as friends, they achieve amazing and marvelous things. They navigate through the city with amazing ease. Their home, first and foremost, is an apartment building, and as condos, the residents will own their suites. They'll be responsible for their own schedules, jobs, volunteer activities. They'll prepare their meals. They'll choose when they eat. They'll choose how and with whom they spend their leisure time. Merriam-Webster defines an institution in reference to a building in the following manner: a facility or establishment in which people such as the sick or needy live and receive care, typically in a confined setting and often without individual consent. That's a key phrase. The residents of Input Housing will have individual consent, and they will easily express it. They have the ability to withhold it. They'll have the power of self-determination. They will be like family to each other when we are gone. We often say that as parents, we're not only planning for our retirement, we are planning for our children's retirement and old age as well. They'll also need and receive the benefit of some guidance when they need a little help. Input Housing is an intentional community of individuals, just like the rest of the neighborhood. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to address your worship and council this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Popowich, for your statement. I appreciate that. We have a question. Councillor Murray.
Through your worship, Ms. Popowich, great to see you again. Just one question is that, given the previous delegation's indication, this is sort of uncharted territory, this is new as an idea, and the development process, has someone recorded from start to finish how this has been developed along the way, and is anyone working in the gallery maybe on a handbook to do this? Because clearly the need exists far beyond our city. So
we have talked about this, and I think that to some extent we've all been immersed in our own jobs and our own lives and our own children's lives to the extent that we haven't written everything down, but we know that there is a need out there. And we've talked a little bit about the idea that at some point someone will come to us and say, what's the formula? And I know that in our discussions around available housing in the province, I think Saskatchewan is much like any other province. Need often exceeds capacity. And we know that right now, in order for our children to acquire some sort of safe housing, they would have to be in crisis. and we'll never allow them to get there. I guess I'm saying a little more than the answer to your question, but I think we know that we certainly have documented our meetings and our discussions, and I think we know that there should be a how-to manual. Hopefully it's something that we can hand off, because we'll all be pretty exhausted by the time it's done. But
Sure. It's more of a suggestion
we
than
hope
a
that there's
question,
some
but-
leadership there,
Yeah.
that we can pass the model and the inspiration along to someone else.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Thanks for bringing everybody to City Council.
Oh, they
I
just
hope
showed
that-
up.
Oh, there's reason to come back again in the future. My sense is that there's a kind of a team approach here going on. So is input housing about a team of parents, kids, and so on to look after one another?
I think you mean as a team of parents and advocates?
And the kids.
And yes, of course, it's nothing about us without us. And so they've had a lot of say in how they want this to be, and they've trusted us to look after. We feel very fortunate. We have among us building designers, business people. We have lawyers. We have people who bring a lot of talent, and the fact that our children chose each other as friends is one of the most remarkable and luckiest things to have happened to us. It is definitely a team approach, and I suppose like our children, we learn that where we have weaknesses, someone else in the group has a strength.
Perfect. So when you started to look at design, because ultimately that's what's before us here, a little bit about discretionary use design and how it fits in, what was your model? What were you looking for to find a place? How did you determine that?
Well, I think we started in a very modest way, looking at, what does a person need for his or her own space? And some of the models that are out there, group homes, have a bit of shared space and an individual bedroom. We thought that not only is it nicer to have a little more space than that, but it also assists the individual in terms of their own development around caring for themselves, their own place. It helps to foster that independence. And so I think we started in a very modest way, and from there tried to right-size this so that the condominium, the apartments would be large enough for an individual, but not so large that the costs were out of hand, but at the same time, something that could accommodate a married couple. And so I guess time will tell if we've got the balance just right, but those 700 square foot single bedroom condos we thought could be a nice living space for an individual or a couple. The shared space on the main floor, of course, will be there for all of them to prepare and share a meal together, to hang out, watch a movie, do a yoga class, you name it. There's a lot of shared space. But at the same time, you would still have that ability, and again, that self-determination, that control over one's own life, to be able to go to your own apartment, your own suite, close the door, and be in your own private space.
Thanks. Last question, Mr. Mayor. So when you were selecting a location and you had a checklist, public transit, grocery shopping, parks, accessibility to other forms of either recreation and so on, did this meet your needs? Was this a locale that kind of fit everything?
It was. We initially looked at something that was a little closer to the downtown core, and that was attractive because simply that distances to downtown were, you could walk.
Sure.
And so it was a little more attractive in that sense. But I think when we balanced it against the location in Harbor Landing, the public transit is quite easily available. It's not far away. It's the bus route is on James Hill Road. Mm-hmm. And the green space, the access to the commercial area, the shopping mall, the variety in the neighborhood. There are a lot of different structures, like single-family dwellings and some apartments and Orange Tree Village, and it all fit with the vision.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. No other questions? You can return to the gallery, and we'll now consider the report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So report is 18-56, and this is a zone amendment and a discretionary use application for assisted living apartment on Wakeling Street. Councillor Donald.
Thanks very much. If I could have a second, I'll speak to this.
Second. Councillor Hawkins.
Thanks very much. So I think the delegations have done a very good job of, so that we all understand, both here on the floor, but also those watching, about what is being proposed here. I think what sets this apart for me is that every once in a while, we actually get a chance to see that there is an awful lot of passion involved in a project, and that goes into our community. And we talk here a lot about what a complete community is. We talk about inclusion, and we talk about all of those things that sit in our vision statement. But not often do we get a chance to see that type of development. And so what we have is a situation here where folks can live, but they also took into account the neighborhood. The parking is something that we all hear about. They've accounted for that and probably won't use very much. But when we also think about a complete neighborhood, and Ms. Popovich at the end went through her checklist about all the things that are needed, have that in this area, and it suits really well. I'm very impressed. I'm very pleased that all these folks would take the initiative. That's one, too. But it's not done elsewhere, and it's not done in our community. And I think Elizabeth was very wise to throw out that notion of institution, because that's what was. But what is before us is what should be and what can be and what will be in the future. And it would be imperative on all of us to stand, applaud, and wish them well. Seek concurrence, please.
Thanks, Councillor Donald. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you, and yes, kudos to delegations and all those that are here about it. For those of you that don't remember, we changed some zoning and some bylaws in Fairways West, I'm going to say 10 years ago, for two girls, two sisters, that were in wheelchairs and had nowhere to go. Found a place, found a lot, talked to the neighborhood, talked to everybody else. So, and now, and I'm not exactly sure when this was, but it was like, I don't know what their status is today. I haven't seen them for a while. But probably 3-4 years ago, I was at a function and they were there. And they came around and they thanked again, because they are totally different young ladies today. And it's because of what this chamber did and what people like you are doing for what's in front of you today. So when I see that kind of thing, I think this is one of a kind, but it's a different one of a kind. We have these types of communities already in our city, and I applaud you for bringing this forward, because yes, next steps is what? And those people, they planned the next steps as well, because the mom and dad were just elated with what they could do for their daughters. And I forget who built the house. Jason, it's in your neighborhood. It's in your ward. It's in Fairways West. I don't know the address, but I know it backs the green space. No, you weren't on council. This is about 10 years ago. I think it was in 2008 or 9. And they were just elated. So again, kudos to everybody that's doing their part. Developers, bring more forward, because we just want to include everybody in our city, and I applaud everybody for doing their jobs. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I can't think of a project that meets our vision like this one. Canada's most vibrant, inclusive, attractive, sustainable community where people live in harmony and thrive in opportunity. That's what this is. This is going to be a jewel in our community, and I think that I wish you all well, and I think that we need more of these. We need places where people can own, be proud of, live with their friends, and have all those choices that we'd have as well. So kudos to the parents and the organizers for this, because I think what vision you must have had in order to give your kids what they want, so and need. So thank you all.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Bershani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I also rise in support. And I'll just tell you, from having a daughter with a disability, this is an amazing project that I hope to see many more in our city and spread across the country. When the gentleman spoke about caring and worrying about your child to have a home when you're gone, that's exactly it. And so tonight, when this comes forward, when you read about the residents having concerns, they're going to embrace this community and they're going to see the sunshine that these young adults bring to the community, and it's going to be vibrancy just in that. So again, I just want to say thank you for being the leader in this and bringing it forward, and I hope in future we're going to have more of these. So congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brashandi. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. What we've seen tonight is a remarkable expression of love. The love of parents, tenacity of parents, the courage they've had to care for their children long into the future, long after the parents may be gone. We've also seen a wonderful opportunity for a community to grow as a complete community, and I'm just looking forward to the contribution that these young people are going to make to the community in Harbour Landing. I want to say one other thing. Ms. Popowich spoke of the dreams of young people. In a world in which the dreams of young people are being neglected, this is a moment when this council can say yes to the dreams of these fine young people, and I'm proud to be able to be part of that council. Thank you for coming forward.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Flagel, or sorry, Fundura.
It starts with F.
You don't even look alike.
We look alike. We look alike. I have to. I use Grisham. Through your worship, thank you. This is brilliant. I have to say, this is safety in numbers. What I'm hearing, building independence, it's huge. Just to give you personal, friends of mine do have a child with intellectual disability, and they are struggling and stressing out to figure out what's going to happen next. So the young man, a good friend of mine, he's already planning for his retirement early so he can buy a business, so he can employ his son, and he can find lodging for him. We don't, if we don't have families that, children have no issues, or however, we don't think about these things. We take it for granted. So this is, again, I would say, this is brilliant. And I'm hoping that you will tell more people about this. And I think Ward 5 is looking for, we have room for you to come out there. So again, to your worship, thank you, and definitely supporting it. This is absolutely incredible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. No other speakers on the report. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. Good news. We'll go on to our next report, Report 1857, which is a heritage designation for Victoria Avenue. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you. If I could have a second, I'll speak to it.
Second for the report, please. Councillor Fundura.
Thanks very much. The address is 1431 Victoria Avenue. This is an application for heritage designation. And while we spent a little bit of time at Planning Commission on this, honestly, it would be one of those when we see the value again. The house is in a unique location, and that around it is a whole lot of multi-family units. This is kind of a little bit on its own. Seek much value in keeping this. Would seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Speakers to the report. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next report is a concept amendment for Buckstone Concept Plan and Narcisse Drive. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. Again, the address is 2723 Narcisse Drive. If I could have a second, I'll speak to this.
Second report. Councillor Massanelli.
Thanks. I think you've all read the report. You understand what it is. There's more housing going in the area. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the discussion that we also had at planning about this, and that is that the density in this area is getting kind of noticeable. And we had a few comments a little bit about that maybe this is fine, but maybe in the future we're going to look and see that maybe this needs to be reevaluated and looked at. While we're comfortable with what is before you, we want to be watching this in the future. Well, again, I'll seek concurrence, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Any questions or comments on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we're going to be moving into the cannabis bylaw tonight, and so I'm going to ask the following for us to receive and file the bylaw report 18-27, which was the original bylaw that was tabled, that's no longer operative. So a motion to receive and file, please. Councilor Massanelli, seconder, please. Councilor Frondura, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So the bylaw after the two delegations is the revised bylaw based upon our decision at the last council meeting. It may be revised once again, which means we will table that till the next meeting, but we're dealing with the more up-to-date bylaw, if you will, based on our last meeting. Two delegations on this report. First one is Lisa Gibbons from the Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District. If you please come forward. You can identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lisa Gibbons, and I am the Executive Director with Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement District. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the cannabis zoning regulation as originally proposed by administration, with the inclusion of the warehouse district as described in the official community plan. The warehouse district already contains MAC, Major Arterial Commercial, and DSC, Designated Shopping Center areas, both designated as commercial zones, where cannabis retail stores would be permitted. That includes, for us, Albert Street, Broad Street, and a small portion of Dudney Avenue. The remaining portion of the warehouse district is not included in the cannabis zoning regulation, but is made up of industrial, commercial, historic, office, and the CPR zoned lands. These areas are already compliant with the separation clause, as we have very few land uses associated with the recognized items: youth, schools, parks, daycares, rinks, libraries, or community centers. In addition, we have also submitted 3 letters of support to support our requested amendment. The letters were provided by property owners who represent a diverse use throughout the district. All have demonstrated successful adaptive reuse of projects and have tenants that include a coffee shop, retail, arts organizations, markets, and office space. In closing, to create a robust and vibrant district, development must occur district-wide, not just on its edges. As such, the Warehouse District Board recommends including the area outlined in the OCP as the Warehouse District as permitted area for cannabis retail stores. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbons, for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Thanks. Just a couple questions. One, the Board of Directors for the Warehouse District endorse you being here and making this application?
Yes. In fact, I should have apologized. Mark Heisey, our chairperson, was supposed to be here, and he had a beer emergency. I think only the owner of a brewery can claim a beer emergency. But he did intend to be here. However, the warm weather in Canada Day have increased in beer sales, so I apologize, but yes, it is the will of the board to support this.
Thanks very much. And there was a warehouse social for the area for the bid that was, if I remember correctly, toward the end of May. And so you had an awful lot of folks there. I would assume that some social discussion occurred. Did you have any pushback on the notion of having cannabis shop in the area?
Correct. So the member reception was June 12th, so well after the council meeting. It's my 1-year anniversary. That's why I remember.
Okay.
And the only concern that was expressed to us came via an email, and most of those concerns were related to illegal operation, which will be dealt with once we have legally operating cannabis retail shops. Otherwise, we have not had any pushback.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other questions? You're very clear in your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can return to the gallery. Oh, we do have a question. Councillor Hawkins? If you could come back, just we have Councillor Hawkins has a question.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. It's just a question to clarify. As I understand it, within the warehouse district, there is already provision where cannabis stores could be located along the major arterial commercial and the designated shopping center areas. So there is already within your warehouse district places where cannabis stores could be set up. Is that correct?
I would agree. However, I would say you're using the word within, and I would say the current zoning is on the edges. And what we're requesting is that the entire district be considered. Good development comes from within, and so we would like to see that throughout, not just on the major arteries. Blah, blah, blah.
One further question.
Y'all know what I'm saying.
In your discussion at the board level, was there any discussion as to why the proposed zoning was put in place, what the purpose of having these zoning buffer areas is?
No, you're talking about the separation distance?
Yes.
There was no discussion with regards to separation distance.
No discussion with regard to safety for children or anything like that?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. Any other questions? Now you're free to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Judith Verasek. Ms. Verasek, for the record, identify yourself, who you represent, and you as well, as you know, have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you. Before I start, I do apologize for the late submission. I've submitted to the clerk copies of some additional letters of support that came in after the deadline, so he'll be distributing that right now. Good evening, Mayor Fougere and City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak on the proposed zoning bylaw concerning cannabis retail stores. My name is Judith Verasek, and I'm here today on behalf of the RDBID board and our downtown businesses and property owners to voice our concern with the proposed designation of cannabis retail stores as a discretionary use in the downtown district. The bylaw before you today states that cannabis retail stores will be a permitted use within major arterial commercial, or the MAC zone, and designated shopping center zones, so the DSC zone. Within the downtown D zone, cannabis retail stores will be a discretionary use requiring City Council approval. RDBID has concern that the discretionary use designation solely within downtown Regina will effectively eliminate downtown as a viable location for cannabis retail stores. Provincial legislation requires all permit holders to have their cannabis retail store operational within 1 year. If the cannabis retail store is a discretionary use, this will add 4 months or more to the approval process with no guarantee that City Council will approve the application. For business owners working within a 1-year timeline, this unpredictability would make downtown an undesirable location for a cannabis retail store. The bylaw, as currently written, allows cannabis retail stores as a permitted use within the MAC and the DSC zones. Due to the predictability of approval, assuming buffer distances are met, these locations will be at a locational advantage compared to downtown. It will be quicker and easier to locate within these districts compared to downtown. This is extremely attractive when you are working within a 1-year deadline. These sentiments have been communicated to RDBID by multiple members. I've attached some letters of reference, or letters of support from our members for your reference. And just a note, the 5 letters that you've received from Harvard Developments, Mitchell Developments, Royalty Developments, RNA Rentals, and Leo's Group represent almost 25% of the total assessed value within downtown Regina. The RDBID Board of Directors continues to support the need for a clear, streamlined approval process with predictable outcomes. This is just good business practice. The City of Regina must have policies that are business friendly. We need to make investing in our community easier, not put up hurdles, making it a burden and a headache to develop a business or a property. Adopting a zoning bylaw that is consistent across districts and provides a clear, streamlined process with predictable outcomes is good business practice that would encourage and support investment in our community. In summary, the RDBID Board of Directors and the downtown business community request that you amend the bylaw to include cannabis retail stores as a permitted use within the downtown district. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions. Not sure who went first on this one. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you and welcome back. If it was brought to no discretionary use, do you think there'd be more than one that would want to open up in the downtown out of the 6? Would there be any? What's the interest that you know of?
Well, I think that's up to the market to decide. Downtown certainly has its advantages, as do suburban locations along arterial ways. What the board has said is that we want to be on an even playing field with those suburban locations.
Okay. What's the answer you got from City Hall regarding your asking them to remove the discretionary?
Well, through you to the chair, I requested that in the May 25th City Council meeting, and it was not picked up as an amendment by council.
Okay. Okay. Have you talked to staff about it, though?
We have talked prior to the previous council meeting. They gave us direction on the discretionary use process.
Right.
And Ms. Harlock is on our board of directors,
Right.
and we've had a meeting in between now and then, and they had a few questions that she was able to answer.
Perfect. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. So the existing bylaw, as we see before us today, has outlined downtown as a bit of an exemption because of the location of community-based organizations, daycares. What kind of complaints or concerns have you heard from organizations like the YW, the library, and others that have children frequently coming in and out of the doors?
We haven't heard any complaints.
At all?
At all.
Thank you. And just to be clear, you're here representing an official decision of the Downtown Business Improvement Board. Is that correct?
That is correct. At our last board, I represented the outcome of the May 25th City Council meeting, and I was directed by my board to appear once again at this council meeting to speak on their behalf once again.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Versick, did you ask any of the organizations that Councillor Stevens has just mentioned, the Y, the library, the other organizations which youth frequent, did you ask any of those organizations for their opinion?
I spoke with the library.
And can you tell us what they told you?
No concern.
And at your board meeting, did you discuss the rationale that was offered when council added in the discretionary use provision, the rationale respecting the need for a buffer zone, the need to protect young children from marijuana, the exposure to marijuana stores?
Through you to the chair, the discussion around our board table was that this is going to be a legal substance. It should be treated the same as alcohol, which has no buffer zones and is a permitted use within downtown. And to be singled out compared to other zones where it is a permitted use, they feel that it is unfair and that we should be treated on the same playing field, and that we should allow the business owners to be able to make a decision based on all things being equal across the city.
So would the theory have been that good business practice trumped the concern for the safety of these young people?
Through you to the chair, I don't think it would be classified that way.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. No other questions of the delegation? Thank you, Ms. Barasek. You return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next phase here. Now, we typically amend reports, not bylaws, but the report has been passed, and we're dealing only with the bylaw. So I'm going to give the floor to Councillor Flagel to introduce first reading. No amendments can take place on first reading. On second reading, we can begin amendments. So I'll ask for Councillor Flagel to introduce the bylaw. This is 1837 to be introduced about a first time. Sure.
Thank you. This is 2018-37 Regina zoning bylaw, amendment bylaw. I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2018-37 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Flagel, you want to introduce the second reading?
Will do. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaw 2018-37 be read a second time.
So we'll suspend the voting because there will be amendments. I know that for certain. So I'll open the floor for debate, for discussion, and the first speaker is Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I'd like to introduce an amendment, please. I think the clerk can put it up, but I will read it as she does that. That the proposed bylaw 2018-37 be altered to permit cannabis retail stores as a permitted use for any lands within the boundaries of Regina's Old Warehouse Business Improvement District, as defined by bylaw 2003-15, Regina's Old Warehouse Business Improvement District bylaw, zoned Dudney Avenue Warehouse, WH, Light Industrial 1A or Light Industrial 1A1. Within this, we have excluded two zones within the warehouse district, as they tend not to be service orientated, and they belong in the 1B lands, and they are in the warehouse district, are the city yards, City of Regina yards, and the former intermodal site, what we refer to often as the RRI lands, because they are currently zoned RR, so they are not included. If I could have a second, I'll speak to this.
Please. Councillor Massanelli.
Thanks very much. So one, you have heard from the warehouse district. They have, first of all, came, when we first discussed this, made the request. I did not pick up on it. I've had discussions with them, and I feel that based on the land use that's in the area, that this would be appropriate. It does not infringe on anything that is going on, and I would seek concurrence for the amendment, please.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Speakers to the amendment? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I rise in opposition to the proposed amendment. The administration has worked to present a balanced approach, one which protects, one which recognizes that marijuana is going to be a legalized substance, but one which also recognizes that there have to be buffer zones, safety zones to prevent younger adults and school children from being exposed to the sale of marijuana. We have discussed this, we have introduced amendments, and we've reached a point where the bylaw as proposed encapsulates the compromises that have gone on in the discussion, which this council has had. I just want to read one statement that was quoted from the CBC. A position statement from the Canadian Pediatric Society says that the area changes rapidly in adolescence, the brain area changes rapidly in adolescence, and is more vulnerable to damage from THC, the main psychoactive component of the marijuana plant. I think that we have a reasonable compromise here. In the warehouse district, there are areas where marijuana shops could be licensed, the MAC areas and the designated shopping center areas. I don't see a need to expand those areas. I think in the end, this is a choice between business practice and protecting our young children. And frankly, I think in this case, the proper compromise is the one that's proposed in the bylaw and not the one that's proposed in the amendment before us. I would not be in favor of extending the area in which marijuana shops can be had in the warehouse district. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Flagel, you're next.
Thanks. I don't have a problem with the amendment. What I'm wondering about is, and maybe this is going to be coming forward, what Ms. Veriseth just talked about, is there going to be any changes in bylaws that could be put into this one in terms of discretionary use as opposed to just opening up the can of worms? Or are we going to just leave that alone and deal with that on another issue? I'm asking that about this amendment.
The motion does not refer to discretionary use, it'd be permitted use.
Permitted use?
Yes.
So what Ms. Verseth was talking about, that 4-month process is still going to be in place for the downtown people, but not for the warehouse people? At the moment?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Stevens?
I rise in support of this amendment. I think we're going to have the same conversation about downtown. I understand this public safety issue. I just don't buy it. All the evidence being cited has to do with the consumption of marijuana. To my knowledge, observing a dispensary or a storefront has no psychological or cognitive development issues associated with it. If we have one standard for alcohol, I really struggle to find out what we're really trying to find another standard for cannabis. To my knowledge, none of my kids have been harmed by coming with dad to the liquor store and pulling his cart while he gets his beer. We're going to have even more regulations in terms of accessing and being able to enter these establishments. I think this is a better compromise, and it better reflects the legalization and the social policy that we're trying to advance here.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Murray.
Thanks. I rise in support of it as well. This amendment makes a lot of sense, especially for the warehouse district zoning map. If you take a look at it, it's really only the peripheries. This is an up-and-coming neighborhood that needs a lot of vibrant activity, so I'm in support of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Massanelli.
I too rise in support of this motion. Looking at the lay of the land, I think this is one of the least populated areas for children in our city, and I can't see the harm by allowing it to be used in such a way. So.
Thank you for that. Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question for administration. Was there any concern from RPS in regards to having this in cannabis in the warehouse district at all, because it's slower and at night it's, that kind of thing? I could have someone respond to that.
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship, I might defer to Mr. Searle to see if he consulted with RPS.
Mr. Searle.
Your Worship, through our review process, we have certainly kept RPS engaged with respect to the development of our regulations, but we haven't received any specific feedback related to the warehouse district.
Thank you for that. So can I just ask originally then, why was it decided to keep the warehouse out of the original?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship. I don't think I think it was just an oversight when we were looking at the commercial areas and we just focused on the main. But when it was brought forward, we talked internally and said, well, it would make sense. It's an area that is similar. It's not hidden or like some of our industrial areas. So it was felt that it was a valid proposition to bring forward that we could support.
Thank you. I will too then support that as well, because I think it's, again, children and youth are not usually found in the warehouse, and so I will be supporting that for this reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do rise to support the amendment. Looked at the warehouse district, and you noticed that residential is not right on its doorstep. So if I'm looking at liquor store being close to residential, you're looking at, like Councillor Stephen mentioned about going to a liquor store where there's children in tow. It's going to be in the well lit and well area of a business. Kids do not, like I just mentioned, kids do not go into warehouse district. There are some areas, but I can see it makes more sense to be within a zone like a warehouse district, because of the proximity of, for you got your Broad Street, you got your Albert Street, you got Dudney, you've got 4th Avenue, and if you're looking at setting up a shop, you can police it much easier than having it somewhere in a corner. So I'm in support.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. On the amendment, Councillor Down, do you want to close debate?
I don't.
Okay, all speakers have had a chance to speak. I'll call question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. We'll continue on with our discussion on the bylaw as amended, on the main part of the bylaw. Councillor O'Donnell has spoken. Looking for other speakers. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you. Rise to propose another amendment. That proposed bylaw 2018-37 be altered to permit cannabis retail stores as permitted use in the downtown zone.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor O'Donnell.
Same logic. I put a little effort into outreach. I wanted to talk to organizations downtown that house community-based organizations, that house daycares. no concern. There was no fear of the harm to children, to families. In fact, the response was people should see this. If my children see a cannabis retail outlet, I want to have that conversation about drugs. I'd rather they had that conversation with me than whoever's dispensing it already in Victoria Park. So I think we're dealing with a legal substance. It's going to be a controlled substance as it is. I think we need to look at now the business interests and advancing the policy that's before us today. And I think being overly cautious with the downtown is undue. So I'm hoping I can get support for this amendment.
Thank you for that. Councillor Flagel, you're next.
Thank you. Just on the amendment.
On the amendment.
Sorry?
On the amendment.
Yeah. Question to the administration. When it's permitted use as opposed to discretionary use, what's the difference in the timeline?
Ms. Howard?
Through your worship, approximately 4 months.
Approximately 4 months. Okay. So that would take away Ms. Verseth's concern about that. Is there any other hurdles that we have in the downtown area that would slow down the process once if this goes through as a permitted use, as opposed downtown as opposed to warehouse, as opposed to residential zoning in the north? Or is there anything that would hamper the downtown from being at an unfair advantage?
Ms. Howard?
Through your worship, no, if it were to be permitted, they would be on the same playing field as all of the other zones in terms of the processing of applications would be exactly the same.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. I kind of agree with what Councillor Stevens is saying about, put it out front, put it there. I mean, liquor board stores are all over the city. We've got a lot of bad drugs being sold on the street, Victoria Park dispensary, etc. Different areas, schools. I mean, once we open the door to this on October 17th, sounds like the date the federal government has told us that it can be legal. Well, it's legal July 1, but selling it, I think, is October 17th. So if this speeds up the process, you know what? Maybe nobody will open up one downtown, but why not at least give them the shot? So I'm all for this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sometimes a little bit of common sense is in order. The reason that the discretionary clause was put in was because it was felt that we didn't want a situation downtown where there are lots of kids hanging around marijuana stores. And, I'm surprised at the survey that Councillor Andrews and Councillor Stevens did. Young people are impressionable. They go, they see marijuana being sold. They're not fully of age to appreciate the pluses and minuses of smoking marijuana. They think it's cool. They convince someone coming out of a marijuana store to let them try it out. These are things that are common. And we know this happens with respect to liquor stores, and we know it's a problem. The object here in legalizing marijuana is to prevent gangs from selling marijuana, and we're not the place to debate whether that'll work, but it was also always stated by the Prime Minister and others that it was intended to protect young people. This discretionary use provision gives that little extra measure of protection. I don't think it's too much to ask for this kind of protection for our young people. I don't think it's a good idea to have young people hanging around marijuana stores. I think there should be a measure of control, and I think that just makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I just want to be clear. So we're going back to the original buffer. So that is the block that would be the same across all the other areas. It's going to be the 1 block radius, and it would be reciprocal, or what is it now?
Ms. Howard?
Through you, Your Worship. Well, the motion at hand is just to move it to permitted uses. We haven't looked at changing the buffer. Within the downtown, if it was permitted, there would be no buffer between the uses, only between cannabis retail shops.
But what would the buffer, sorry?
The 182 point.
Ms. Harlock?
The buffer that's 180.
Would be the one block.
Basically, yeah.
One block.
So just to be clear, it would be the same as we are asking the rest of the city to have.
Between cannabis retail shops. They wouldn't have the separation distance between those other uses.
As of yet.
That's right.
Yeah.
This motion would just be specifically.
Just between the cannabis operations, not between other daycares,
That's
schools.
right. None of this.
Just between the stores themselves.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Shanny. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to speak in favor of this. I'm a process kind of guy, and note back when we had Planning Commission, when this was part of the discussion, no one showed up. We simply had a discussion and came up with what we brought to council. When we had council the last time, and it was certainly in the paper and certainly in the media and certainly covered, we had no one show up. I checked the headlines today to see what was going on in council, and pot was right there in those headlines. No one showed up. So there's a point for me where I would say, and by the way, maybe I'll just add this. I've been many public places in the last while, sat with my neighbors, sat with lots of people. It's not a point of discussion. There's been a decision made that this is legal. There's been a decision made that somehow or other we're going to have 6 of them in Regina. And I want to pick up on the point that says what we're trying to do is not have a situation where kids or adults, in other words, the many, many people that are already using this drug, buy it legally, not illegally. Get it in a regulated form, a pure form that will be safer to them. It would seem to me that having the store out there would be very wise. And that, as Councillor Stevens said, if you're a young father, you can speak to this. But I also can go to that place because it is a legal business, like buying my shoes, like buying a bottle of beer, and all these other things. And I think that's how we need to treat this. Certainly support the notion.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Murray.
Thanks. Through your worship, when I listened to Councillor Hawkins, he talked about common sense, but when I think about common sense, I actually arrive at a different conclusion. And it's that currently, as Councillor O'Donnell said, marijuana is being sold in any park in the city from people who don't check ID and from completely unregulated source. We don't know. And so I would much prefer that we don't create a detriment where we somehow, for whatever reason, don't end up with a storefront in the downtown, because all you're doing is increasing the sale of any illegal entity in any of the parks. So I'm going to agree with the amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of the motion. I do believe it's a matter of common sense, and the first part of common sense is being common. And I've heard more viewpoints agreeing with this instead of disagreeing with it, so I will support it.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask on the amendment, why did we not have it as permitted use for downtown to start with? Through
Ms.
you.
Harlock.
Worship, administration's original report did have it as permitted in the downtown, and it was the Regina Planning Commission that made an amendment that was brought to council to put it as discretionary.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other speakers? I'll call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we are back to the bylaw as amended twice, and the speakers we have had is Councillor O'Donnell and Councillor Stevens. So back to the main bylaw as amended. Councillor Stevens, you've already spoken. Okay, you may have a few minutes left on that.
It's fine. Just a question in terms of the existing buffer zones. I know across Canada we're all over the map. What happened in Saskatoon? What are they looking at in terms of the buffer zones, either between dispensaries as well as the separation distances between community centers, libraries, and so on?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So right now, the City of Saskatoon has 60 meters between their uses that they want separated from the cannabis retail, and then they have 160 meters between cannabis retail stores.
Great, thank you. I'd like to propose a second amendment, similar to that logic, that we reduce the separation distance outlined in section 6.21 from 182.8 meters to 91.44. 91.44, the logic there is it cuts it in half.
So that's the half a block. How, where the beams, how like, where the distance would that be? Half a block?
Through Your Worship, that is correct, about 300 feet, half a block.
You second for the amendment? Councillor Flagel? Okay. Just one moment. One moment. You'll be next to speak, but unless Councillor Stevens wants to say anything further.
Well,
okay.
Just in terms of the logic behind this distance, again, we don't have these type of buffer zones between drinking establishments and these organizations. I get it. There's a compromise. There is some logic. There's certainly a logic behind the buffer zones between cannabis retail outlets. The purpose here is that it's distributed and not concentrated. We're fulfilling that objective. I think some of the concerns that started to roll in had to do with the actual distance as measured by as the crow flies, which is a straight line, which isn't always something that matches neatly in terms of how a block is configured. So this would still allow the control, there would still be a buffer zone, but it would reduce it. I think it might be wise to harmonize between the two major cities in this province. It's not 60 meters. The compromise there is that this still provides the buffer zone, but doesn't create further obstacles.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Okay, we do have speakers to the amendment. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Sorry about that. I thought he was finished. So if I could ask, 182 meters is how far? Or in city blocks?
It's about a block.
It's approximately one city block, and it's a historical city block. It's about 600 feet.
600 feet is about a normal historic block. Okay. So in the administration's eyes, what does half a block do to what Councillor Stevens is trying to do here? He wants to cut it in half, so I'm just wondering.
Yeah, so through you, Your Worship, the recommendation from administration was to keep consistency with the adult entertainment. So the adult entertainment use, right now we have that distance for separation between uses, and so we were keeping it the same. As I indicated at the last council meeting, there's no hard and fast rule about the separation distances. Right. It's what meets the municipality at hand and what they feel is appropriate. Originally in Saskatoon, they had said the 162, I believe it was, for all uses except in the Broadway district, and their council changed it to the 60. So
to 60, okay. Mm-hmm. If I could, through you, Mr. Mayor, is there any distance between liquor board stores to a beer store, to a wine store, to a winemaking store, to a brew pub that makes beer? Is there do we put guidelines onto distance factors from any of that with alcohol?
Through Your Worship, no, we do not.
No, not at all. Should we, based on this?
That's a tough answer to ask.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm just wondering, because I guess my point about this amendment is that, you know, alcohol's been around forever, and we don't seem to care about alcohol. It doesn't matter. You can buy it, sell it next to whatever. It doesn't matter. We have no guidelines. And now, something that I feel is less of a drug than alcohol is, in my books, and now we're trying to put all these kind of restrictions on it. Personally, I'd just say, you know what? If we can keep it away from the kids in front of the store, and if they walk by the store, they were going to walk by a liquor board store, or mom and dad are going to take them into the liquor board store and buy booze, they're going to take them into the cannabis store and buy dope too. So, I mean, I don't even know why we were even worrying about 60 meters. But I'll go along with this amendment, and it keeps it close. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. So the comment was just made that alcohol's been around forever, almost ever, but So we know the issues around alcohol. We don't know the issues around this. And I know we're talking about an amendment here. I feel that it's inappropriate for us to go less than a city block. So I'm going to vote against this. And I think just because Saskatoon does it a certain way, that should not waver which way we go. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Murray?
Thanks. I think it's a bit of a mistake to equate it to alcohol in the sense that we aren't limited in the amount of alcohol stores we can have in the city. Whereas with cannabis dispensaries now, we are limited to only 6. So really, in essence, we do want to spread them out. We don't want to have them concentrated in one area. I know like one block doesn't make a difference, but we can't equate them the same because we can have as many beer stores as we want in the city as the market allows. So in this, it is different. So I'm going to actually stick with the original amendment on this, just leave it at a block. I just don't see the rationale to just cut it in half just because someone else does. So we can always change it later if we need to, and it is determined that we have to. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Brasciani?
Worship. So again, I'm going to ask administration, back at Planning Commission, I attended that meeting, and so I just want to know, when it was designated as discretionary use, was it going to be the one city block at that time when it came forward to Planning Commission?
Ms. Harlech?
Through your worship, it was, the distance doesn't have to do with discretionary. It was just, it's whether it's permitted or not. It's 182.66, and that was the discussion. There was debate whether or not to double it, but that was all defeated. So at this point, that was our recommendation, was to stick to the 182.66.
Okay. And I understand there was a map that was also shared with the group, and there was enough stores that could be found within that one block radius downtown for within the one block. There was enough stores that could be found in that.
Ms. Harlech?
Through your worship, that's right. There was a couple maps that showed that the 182.66 between separations of uses was not recommended in the downtown because it left very little opportunity within the downtown. So the separation was only between cannabis retail outlets, and that's currently what was passed tonight.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Flanagan, can you take the chair, please?
Yes, I know. He said that. Yeah, he said that. I know. I think that's right. He said it.
Okay. Something additional to this?
Yes, through your worship. I just want to make sure that the amendment that we're seeing, because what I heard was, and it was a correction from Councillor Stevens, that it was to amend section 6.21 to change it to 91.44 meters. I just want clarification. That was what you were asking.
Just for the items one subsection A through H,
yes.
So the cannabis retail store buffer would remain the same.
Yeah, so I just wanted that clarification because that's not what's written up there, just so all of council understood it was only the separation distance for that, but not between cannabis retail.
Thanks. Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm going to rise to speak against the amendment, and I do so because I don't see the rationale for the change as an arbitrary number of a half a block. Councillor Murray sort of spoke to what I was going to address, that we don't want a cluster of these. There's only 6 licenses here, not as many as it would be for liquor stores. So I think it's to spread them out is helpful. Going back to the original intent is to buffer these away from where children are at, be it daycare or whatever it may be. It is a controlled substance, absolutely it is, like liquor is, but it's different because we only have 6 licenses. For me, that's very instructive. I believe in the report that we had passed last council meeting, we talked about a review over, I think it may be a year after this has been passed, to see how this is going. If we find we need to make adjustments, let's do that. But we can be arbitrary and say closer, further away. Councillor Bryce mentioned we don't want to be like Saskatoon just because Saskatoon does that. I would agree. We've done something that's unique to us that is analogous to what Saskatoon has done. In their Broadway area, where there's a concentration of commercial, they've changed the distance to make it shorter. In our downtown, we've eliminated that completely, so they can have more than one downtown. So we've done the same kind of thing Saskatoon has done, but to make the change that's being recommended in the amendment, I think it's arbitrary. It's a number that, yeah, we can jam more in. If we had 20 licenses, I'd say we probably should talk about that. I don't see that, so it's not sufficient for me to go different from what the administration is recommending. So I will vote against the recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Jason, you want to speak? Mr. Councilor Massanelli, you want to speak on the amendment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I too kind of agree with Councillor Murray and yourself. My hesitation comes through the wording of how a crow flies. I've been dealing with that currently with busing. I was wondering if we could make it that the measurement be carried by frontage from store to store, as opposed to as the crow flies. I think that would be more opportunity for businesses and keep that buffer distance and a little bit more easily measured.
Maybe you could explain that.
So the way that we are proposing to measure the separation distance is actually we take it from the storefront, not from the property line, and then we do a distance as the crow flies for that distance to that, like I'll just say a public school. It would go to the public school's nearest property line. So that's how we measure it. Typically, what was happening in Saskatoon was they were doing it property to property and then drawing their circles. So ours is a little bit different in that respect. So we do take it from the building front and then measure it out.
Okay, so if I had two retail outlets back to back on opposite streets, they'd be in their own buffer zone between the two of them, but if you walked from the front of the building around to the other front of the building, they actually could be permitted. I guess that's where I'm seeing the confusion.
Through you, Your Worship. So typically in planning throughout Canada, it is typically as the crow flies and we do a radius. You can get into situations where people will start debating, well, what's the walking distance? Which way do I walk? I've got different ways to get there to argue it. So typically across municipalities, it's either from like what we're doing with which is the building, or typically just from lot line to lot line. But in this case, we felt that because of the uses and because they're going to be in areas where there's strip malls and those sorts of things, that's why we decided to start the line from the business front and then draw it.
I guess it gets really tricky because everyone has a different picture in their head. So I appreciate your explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. No other speakers on the amendment. Do you want to close debate? Councilor Stevens, to close debate.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you very much, colleagues, for the debate. I'm glad we're actually talking about this. In terms of the rationale for it, I get that there's a sense of arbitrariness. My intention here is actually make the space less restrictive, considering the obstacles we have with the current approach with as the crow flies. I'm not simply just following Saskatoon here. Again, it's about making it less restrictive. Maybe just a final remark here. We're equating this to alcohol, bars, liquor stores. I think the better comparison here are the vape shops, the one that exists right across the street from Connaught School, no buffer zone. Greater harm to children is probably the candy store down the street. Liquor store is a different item here. So we don't have buffer zones that are immediate threats to the well-being of children. I agree that there should be some space. This maintains it. We'll probably need a further conversation down the road when it comes to other zoning requirements. But again, I don't want this to be restrictive. The current motion as it stands would not allow for clustering. So again, this is just between the different zones highlighted in 6.1 from A to H. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stevens. You've closed debate, so there is no further discussion on the amendment. Call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed?
It's tied.
It's 5-all. Motion's tie. The tie is defeated. We'll move on to the next speaker on the main bylaw as amended. We've had Councillor O'Donnell and Councillor Stevens speak. Other speakers? Any other speakers to the bylaw? Councillor Flagel.
I'm just going to rise in support of this whole thing because I mean, it's long overdue. We've been talking about this cannabis coming and cannabis here and there and everywhere and what's right and what's wrong. But legally, July 1, federal government's bringing it in, so we better be ready. And this is going to make it ready. Whether it's a block away, half a block away, 2 blocks away, beside a liquor board store, as long as we're respectful of a business that's opening up in the city, and we are talking about 6. Now, could be up north, could be warehouse district, could be south, could be Harbor Landing, could be southeast, could be downtown. We don't know. Let them decide. There's already 6 people picked, I think, if I'm not mistaken, through the provincial government. Mm-hmm. They're not happy about the 6 that were picked because some were from out of town, I guess, from out of province. So that's not our problem. Our problem is what we're dealing with tonight. And I think by us going forward with this and moving the amendment, changing to give the downtown an opportunity to open the door, if someone so chooses, let them do it. We all have to be respectful of what the situation is, whether we know all about marijuana and its effects or we don't. We still don't know all the effects on alcohol because we've had the Canadian Cancer Society here telling us there's no effects of alcohol, and because it's all about smoke. It's all about smoking. So. Let's just open the door and let's see. We've got 6 licenses coming, and let's go with that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Worship. So the last time that we talked about bylaw, we did talk about having it reciprocal. And so would this then would this be the same? So if a daycare moves in, a cannabis store is there, and then a daycare is there, would the daycare be able to move next door to a cannabis shop the way it is right now?
Ms. Howard.
Through your worship, no, the bylaw is written as per what council directed the administration to do last month.
Okay, so that follows the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Other speakers to the bylaw? You take the chair again.
Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, chance to speak on both the amendments brought forward, and I support both those. You did some good work tonight. We've made some considered changes. We've listened to what the public has been telling us. We've listened to business downtown in the warehouse district and listened to their concerns, and they're very upfront and very rational and sound decision making. From my perspective, both the amendments that we approved tonight level the playing field for anyone across the city that wants to open business, with the restriction of the buffers that have been put in place. With the restriction within the buffer, you can't have a daycare, as the example, within a buffer once the cannabis operation has been put into place. Sound decisions, clear, transparent, in an environment where we're really rushing to have approval on so many different levels here. So appreciate the comments by members of City Council. Done very good work. Thank the administration for putting together a report last month, and the bylaw, of course, again today, that reflects some considered discussion on how we go forward. We will have a report back, I believe, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to the administration in a year from now. After we pass the report, we'll have a report back. Is that right?
Sarlik?
Through your worship, it was from a year after it's in the legalization, so that would be October
of this year. Yeah. So I think this is, again, we have a chance to look at it. Did we do it right? Did we make a mistake? Should we change it, or are things going fine? So I support the amendments. I support the report. Let's move forward and ensure that what we have to do as a municipality, we have all of our regulations in place by October 17th. Thank you. Mr. Weir, you want to enter the debate or just give some information?
Your Worship, I just wanted to advise members of council just of a couple things for clarification only. What council has in front of it tonight is the first reading of the bylaw. What is about to be voted on will be direction to the city solicitor to bring forward a second reading bylaw with these proposed amendments in it. So this is a resolution directing the city solicitor to bring forward an amended bylaw, which will be voted on at the next meeting. And just also wanted to confirm that amendments of this nature do require public notice be given, and that there is an ability for people to make representations when the bylaw does come back, only as it relates to the amendments that are being introduced tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So the proper procedure, Mr. Clerk, would be for us to table this bylaw until the next sitting of council. It would be amended based on the resolutions passed at this council. Okay. So no other speakers on this one. I'm going to ask for Councillor Flego. Would you move the tabling of this till the next meeting of council, as we just said? We're all clear on the direction that's happening?
2018-37. I move that we table this report
until the next meeting of council.
Until the next meeting of council, which is July 30th, 2018.
And the bylaw will contain the amendments by resolution tonight.
Okay, and the bylaws will have the new resolutions that were set out in tonight's agenda.
This is a referral motion, so there's no debate. No, on the referral motion? Seconder for the referral motion.
It's tabled.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Somebody table that? Do we have to?
It's fine.
I did, but somebody seconded it.
So let's move on to the other bylaws. Councillor Flagel, we have 24 and 25, I believe.
Just those two?
And then 31, 32.
Yeah, so there's 4.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Go.
Perfect, thank you. I rise in support of bylaws 2018-24, 25, 31, and 32 be read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
You ready?
Second read.
Okay. I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaws 2018-24, 25, 31, and 32 be read a second time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council has considered the relevant reports and now will review the following bylaws. 218-24, respecting amendments to describe how servicing agreement fees and development levies will be charged and collected for intensification development. Bylaw number 218-25 to designate the property at 1431 Victoria Avenue as municipal heritage property. Bylaw 218-31 respecting the proposed rezoning to accommodate a possible higher density development in the Hawkstone concept plan. And number 218-32 to remove the reference to seniors from the current land use description and alter the definition to apply to others who require some sort of routine assistance. If there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on any of these bylaws, I would ask you to indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll call vote on second reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Plago.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that council hereby consent to bylaws 2018-24, 25, 31, and 32 going to the third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws 2018-24, 25, 31, and 32 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Now move into delegation and public notice reports. We have a delegation. David Zacher. Zacher, good evening. If you could identify yourself for the record, who is with you. You have 5 minutes for your presentation and maybe questions afterwards.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is David Zacher, and I'm with Land Solutions LP, representing Rogers Communications at this meeting. Brendan Smith from Rogers is also attending with me today. I'm here to give a brief overview of Rogers, their immediate network plans for Regina, and to provide a summary of our proposed sites we hope to lease from the city to construct new facilities. Rogers is on the leading edge of technology and user experiences for both public and commercial customers, from deploying new tower technology to enhancing their already robust coverage and to adding new small cell technology programs to prepare for 5G and the Internet of Things evolution. Rogers is committed to investing in their networks for the future. Several factors contribute to the location of a tower site, including demand for wireless service, radio frequency engineering principles, local topography, and land use opportunities. In order to provide customers with the reliable networks they expect, Rogers must provide seamless transmission signals to alleviate any gaps in coverage and to keep up with the increased need for capacity as customers' use increases. As part of this planning process, Rogers is proposing to lease 4 properties from the City of Regina to help us fill these coverage gaps in the city. 3 additional files are being worked for new Rogers towers in the city. However, the lands are not owned by the city for those files. I think that it must be noted that new tower sites are extremely expensive to build, and Rogers wouldn't be looking at this program unless the network required the enhanced capacity, and customers are requesting we be prepared for upcoming technologies. While negotiating the agreements, Rogers has agreed to work with the city through a standard approval process to use the new Rogers towers for city-controlled antennas and equipment for municipal and emergency services. This creates a win-win scenario. Here's a quick summary of our 4 proposed locations. The first proposed location is at 1601 North Pasqua Street, east of the community of Lake Ridge and north of Hawkstone. This site will be a 50-meter, 3-sectored self-support telecommunication pole with a leased footprint of 25 by 25 meters. The second location being proposed is at 3310 Lakeview Avenue in the community of Lakeview, specifically in Kinsman Park South. Currently, there is an existing 35-meter SaskTel tower at the location. Unfortunately, due to height requirements for Rogers, we are unable to co-locate on this tower. Therefore, we are proposing a new 30-meter, 3-sectored monopole with a leasehold footprint of 10 by 10 meters. The third proposed location is at 2950 Harding Street in the community of Gardner Heights, specifically Harding Park. With this location as well, there is an existing 44-meter SaskTel tower, and due to the height requirements, we are unable to co-locate on this carrier's tower as well. Therefore, we are proposing a new 35-meter, 3-sectored flush-mounted monopole with a leasehold footprint of 10 by 10 meters. Lastly, the fourth location is at 4335 4th Ave, south of the community of Transcona and east off Leuven Drive. The site is a 25-meter flush-mounted facility with a leasehold footprint of 10 by 10 meters. The primary area of concern for all these files are the nearby residential and commercial coverage zones. The height requirements for these towers should allow us to meet our customers' requirements to allow for full service in these communities. Additionally, we will be working closely with the Real Estate Department, Planning and Development Department, ISED, and impacted stakeholders to ensure proper regulations are adhered to.
You have 1 minute left in your time. You have 1 minute left in your time.
Okay, thank you. Noting that our request involves city lands, Rogers will work with Planning and Development to ensure all required public engagement takes place. To conclude, Rogers Communications makes every effort to accommodate the needs of local residents when constructing new infrastructure to provide wireless services to our customers and the communities in which they live and work. I thank you for your time, and I'm available to respond to any comments and questions you may have, along with Brendan Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zacher, for your presentation. There are questions. Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks. Evening, gentlemen. I have a couple questions. I understand 5G. I do not understand Internet of Things evolution. I don't know what that is.
Okay.
Could you tell me?
Sure.
Hi. Internet of Things is all about machine-to-machine communications.
Okay.
So we're seeing a large growth in everything from wireless point-of-sale transactions. So if you're paying for your pizza at your doorstep, two sensors measuring everything from humidity levels to better inform irrigation of lands. Barcelona's got connected trash cans,
Yep.
so it's better informing when they're full or when they're empty, and not, having a wiser use of city funds, responding to that.
So if I could throw out the notion of vehicles talking to vehicles because there's sensors along roads and so on, would that follow into this as well?
Exactly, and that's where 5G is so important, because now we're talking about low latency, very fast communication. So it's really going to set the stage for autonomous vehicles, and providing more antennas also means more accurate GPS locations.
Gotcha, that's good. Thanks for that. Second one is about co-location. So from a community perspective, if there's a tower and more communications companies can use it, that's great. Could you just describe to me why there's a height problem? Is it fitting the equipment on, or is there more to it than that?
So the issue is that we require a minimum elevation. And Rogers actually has currently 4 different technologies to deploy, which means they need 4 layers of antenna.
Okay.
So if a competitor has a 30-meter tower, and for the network requirements, Rogers' first layer needs to be at 30, there's an issue. If using SaskTel as an example, if they take the first 2 layers, they're going to take the first 10 meters of a pole, which means Rogers needs to start at 20 meters.
Okay.
But they need to be at 30, so there's the conflict right there.
Good, thanks very much for that. My last first of all, by the way, thanks very much for the addresses and so on, that's helpful. My last question is on when I'm going down a major street, it seems to me that on some of those streets there are light poles, and on those light poles there are telecommunications equipment. Is that something that you use as well?
Yeah, we were actually just meeting on that today. So when you think about wireless networks, you think about different layers. We're still working on that macro layer using taller towers. Rogers is now starting to deploy secondary layers, which would be 15 meters tall on the streetlights, as well as moving into the 5G world. We're going to be looking at the small cells, so even lower, 5 meters on streetlights, on sides of buildings, etc. So it becomes another tool in the toolbox, but it doesn't provide that necessary coverage in every application.
Very instructive, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Councillor Price.
Thank you. I'd just like to talk about the public engagement. Can you tell me about what it is?
Sure. So currently right now, the City of Regina doesn't have a protocol that deals with public engagement in regards to telecommunication facilities. They revert to us being federally regulated, and the federal government has a policy and a protocol to follow. So what we do is we work closely with planning. We engage planning, and we engage them as a stakeholder through pre-consultation. And using an example from 2 years ago, the federal regulations don't necessarily request public engagement in regards to like an open house. They're just mail outs, 3 times tower height. So 30-meter tower, 90-meter radius. As the bird flies, they get a letter in the mail. The City of Regina has been great working with us, assessing these and saying, look, that's great from a federal standpoint, but would you be able to host an open house, or would you be able to engage the communities in a different way? And the answer is always yes. The community is our customer. So before we're building infrastructure, if we can invite the community to an open house to engage with us and see what's coming along, or even provide options or opportunities, we do so. But currently, it must be said, the City of Regina does not have a protocol that deals with public engagement on towers.
Thank you. So not all public engagement goes well. What do you do in communities that it does not go well and people are saying we don't want this tower? So what do you do in that case?
So it's not an easy one to answer. There has to be some relevant questions and concerns that we're able to respond to. We have to have the ability to deploy these networks. With all that being said, when a relevant question or concern is brought up, it's our responsibility to respond. And many times Rogers will step back and take input from the community and make changes, whether or not that's a height change, an aesthetic change, changing the tower type, even to the point where recently we're doing a site in a different municipality where we're changing the fencing and doing an artwork mural around the tower. So there are things we can change. That is the great part of our engagement. But there are things when people come to us and concerned about health impact. We have a response to that. We are federally regulated and we operate these sites safely. So we have to take that into consideration. But we work closely with the community. We do a lot of pre-consultation with the community associations or leagues, with the planning departments. So we're hoping what we're proposing is going to be accepted by the community.
Thank you for that. And through you, Your Worship, I'll just maybe reaffirm, there's no noise from these towers, am I correct?
That you are correct. No noise. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Bryce asked the questions I was going to ask.
Okay. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. The distance from a residential, there was debate, 4 or 5 years ago with one of your competitors that you would stay away from houses, you would stay away from roads. Not you, but they. Now I notice that you're kind of parallel to, and I'm talking about the one in Hawkstone.
Okay.
Okay. Now you'll be parallel down Big Bear Boulevard. And I noticed on the thing it says 177 meters. Is that kind of a standard, or is that just in this particular location, nearest the closest residence?
Yeah, that wouldn't be a standard. That came down to available lands and landlord preference of location.
Okay.
Yep.
So do you have a set standard that you stay away from residents?
No, we do not.
So you don't. So if these towers were to fall over in somebody's backyard, they're just going to get better reception.
Yeah.
Possible.
They're not going to get better reception.
Okay. The light standard things, there's a myth out there that the city has cameras in there and we're spying on residents. That it's in the north anyway. But those are for you as boosters. Is that more of an understanding? And when you have them up on poles, small ones, are they boosters that would work towards helping get better reception?
It would just be another cell site, probably smaller antenna, less equipment, maybe a single technology instead of 4. Just another cell site.
Okay, good. I just wanted to, just so you know, there are other people out there that do think that through putting those on there, that the city and you guys are spying on them. Yep. So beware. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel, for that. Any other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now look at actually 4 reports. Councillor Hawkins.
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship. I appreciate Rogers coming forward tonight. And I also appreciate the fact that in a special meeting where Finance and Administration Committee had questions, they sent a representative to answer the questions with respect to these 4 towers. What we're dealing here with is 4 communication towers. Rogers is seeking to rent land from the city for each of these 4 towers on a 20-year lease. The rental rate per year would begin at $20,000 a year, and then through time would rise to $26,000 a year. Finance and Administration Committee had 3 concerns. Councillor Bryce alluded to them. The first was noise. We were satisfied with the answers given both at that time and again here tonight that the noise was not great. Indeed, on the Finance Administration Committee submission, it was told you'd have to put your ear up to the tower before there'd be a problem, and that's not recommended. There were questions about the health impacts of a tower like this, and again, as pointed out tonight, that is regulated federally. And then finally, there was a great deal of discussion at Finance and Admin about public engagement, and we have the answer here tonight. There is a public engagement requirement, not of the city, but that Rogers will work closely with the city in terms of that public engagement. All 3 of those concerns being answered, the Finance and Administration Committee supported these motions.
Thank you for that. As seconder thank you for that. I'm just wondering unless people want to separate that, we could have a motion for all 4. They're essentially the same product, different locations. So if the mover would include reports 59, 60, 61, 62 as in one motion?
So moved.
Okay. We already have a seconder for that. Any discussion on any one of the 4 reports? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much for that. Now we go into delegation, communications, bylaw, and related reports. Yeah. Councillor, 10-minute recess. A seconder for that? Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10 minutes. We'll be back at 20 to the hour. So I'd like to call the meeting back to order, if I could, please. The next item for discussion is the Arcola Avenue corridor. We have 2 delegations. Councillor Fundera. First delegation is Mike Maypham. I hope I got that name said properly. You'll correct me if I'm wrong. Please come forward and identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you. Your Worship, councillors, good evening. My name is Mike Mepham, so you are very, very close. I've lived on Truesdale Drive in Southeast Regina since 1989. Truesdale runs parallel to Arcola Avenue from Prince of Wales to University Park Drive. The traffic congestion on Arcola has had a significant impact on Truesdale Drive as drivers use it to bypass Arcola. This has resulted in a significant traffic increase, particularly during the morning and afternoon rush hours. While Truesdale was designed as a collector street intended to collect the traffic from the local residential roads and funnel it to Victoria, University Park Drive, and Prince of Wales, I'm confident that it was not designed to be a thoroughfare for spillover traffic from Arcola, an arterial road. However, this is how it is being used, even by Regina Transit, who have routed the new Express Route 60 down Truesdale, avoiding Arcola for their express service. The presence of this spillover traffic has made life on Truesdale and the local streets it was designed to serve much more difficult. The backups at the connecting intersections are increasing, resulting in driver frustration. Pedestrians have a much more difficult time crossing the street, as traffic does not always yield to them. Indeed, I suspect the drivers cannot see the pedestrians given the large number of vehicles parked along the road, typical of a Regina residential area. The residents living on Truesdale itself have to endure long delays trying to get out of their own driveways, again resulting in frustration and the accompanying increase in aggressive driving. As further evidence of the frustration felt by drivers on Truesdale, I have observed vehicles passing each other on both the left and the right, despite Truesdale having a solid yellow line painted down the center. I suspect that the other parallel streets, Assiniboine and Aaron's, are having similar issues, but cannot speak to them. I was very happy when I heard the city was studying the Arcola corridor from College to Prince of Wales, and I was looking forward to some resulting action to resolve the issues. Boy, was I disappointed. While the study was to look at the Arcola corridor, it is clear the corridor was interpreted as Arcola Avenue only. There was no examination of the impact of the Arcola issues on the surrounding roads. Appendix A of the report shows that traffic count increases by about 14,000 vehicles as you cross the University Park intersection. Where did they come from? How did they get there? This is not addressed. This appears to me to be significantly more vehicles than University Park would serve without the spillover traffic. The report does identify some possible solutions. Item 1A, creating a dual turn at Arcola southbound on Park Street, addresses only southbound traffic and would not address the traffic issues south of Ring Road at all. Item 1B, widening the overpass, is not recommended in part because there was extensive work done in 2010 and this infrastructure would not be worn out for another 20 to 25 years. In other words, because we spent a lot of money and it did not address or resolve the problem, we should not spend any more on the problem. That is like saying I replaced some shingles on my roof, and while it still leaks, I won't replace the full roof until the shingles wear out. Item 1C, University Park Drive intersection improvements, addresses only southbound traffic and still does not get the level of service to an acceptable level. It may, however, move the intersection off the top 10 list of dangerous intersections. 1D does nothing at an intersection that, according to the report, needs nothing. And finally, item 1E, the Assiniboine on-ramp, simply moves the problem from Arcola to Assiniboine, another residential collector, and only addresses northbound traffic. The report identifies the completion of the Regina bypass as a potential mitigation to the problems on Arcola.
Mr. Meffin, you have 1 minute left in your time.
Oops. While it states that there is further information and modeling available, the information and results are not presented. In fact, the report proposes that we wait until 4 to 5 years after the bypass opens to evaluate the impact of Arcola and then figure out what to do. It does make me wonder why modeling is done. A further mitigation identified in the report and discussed at the June 7th meeting of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee was the Wascana Parkway extension, tentatively scheduled for 16 years from now. It was identified at the meeting that the Parkway extension would divert as many as 25,000 cars a day from Arcola. That's a 100 to 50% reduction from the current numbers. But it could be argued that given the expected growth of Southeast Regina of 2,500 people and their cars every year over the next decade, the Arcola numbers would be way worse 16 years from now.
Mr. Meffin, I'm going to have to stop you there. I want you to know we've all read your submission to us, and maybe questions where you can expand upon what you said, but we've all read your material.
And I apologize. I practiced at 5 and missed.
I'm sorry, but I have to stick to the rules too, so I apologize for that. So are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Meffin, thank you for coming forward tonight, and is there anything that you wanted to add that you didn't get to say?
Well, I will bring it. I'll just go to the end of my comments and say that I would ask the City Council to direct the administration to review the issue again and return with a concrete implementable plan that addresses the issues. I realize it takes time to plan and build, but we don't have 20 to 25 years before we can address this problem. We have already missed time to address it.
Thank you for that. And so, as you indicated, you talked about you see the plan and you're looking for more of a some short-term options. Is that accurate?
We probably, because we're too late, I think some short-term resolutions are necessary to resolve the problem, but we also need to start looking more long-term. We're building all of this development out east and south, and we're putting in the development before we're putting in the infrastructure to support it. And that's probably needs to be reviewed by council and in a longer term issue. As an example, we're building Chuka Boulevard almost out to the new Costco and Victoria Avenue, which means that everybody near Arcola part is going to have to come out and go up and go around to get to those particular customer magnets. Maybe we should plan to build that development before we build all those homes. But short term, absolutely, we've got to get something going because it's getting dangerous.
So in your report, you mentioned the bypass.
Yes.
And you indicated that there's traffic. The bypass goes north and south, and traffic on Arcola goes east and west. Can you
It's
elaborate?
the other way around, but you're right.
Elaborate on that.
Well, I'm not sure that going west from the south end of Arcola, basically, is going to reduce traffic that is using Arcola to go north and get into the city. There is the potential of going all the way out to number 6 and then coming back up and coming in through Albert. But I really personally don't see that drawing many people. And if the city has done modeling for the traffic, I've not seen the results of that modeling and what kind of mitigation we can expect. And that's not presented in the report.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barshani. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll move on to our next delegation. Asfa Debia. Debbie, if you could identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation. There may be questions afterwards.
My name is Asfa Debia. I'm resident of Ward 4 and just representing myself. And in last election, I ran for City Council, and I have knocked doors, and I have heard a lot of, people's voice. That's why I'm here today, presenting to you guys from what I heard, plus based on the analysis I have done during that campaign, and afterwards I had passion about what's happening in the neighborhood. As I have provided the numbers, these facts I gathered came from city websites as well as from SGI. The sources are from SGI documents. So those are official numbers, except where I made assumption for amount of revenue that I have to be disclosing. That's my own assumptions, the total value, because I couldn't find exact numbers. The key points I would like to bring to your attention tonight is traffic flow comparison between Arcola and Vic Avenue. Traffic flow on Arcola grew by 57% between 2014 and 2019, from 28,700 to 45,100 vehicles per day come towards Arcola Bridge. City of Regina traffic flow study. Traffic flow from Victoria grew by 15% between 2014 and 2016, from 58,800 to 67,600 vehicles per day come towards Victoria overpass. City of Regina traffic flow study again. This is comparing the same points. Vehicles crossing Arcola Bridge per day grew by from 21,500 to 39,700, an increase of 85%. Vehicles passing under Victoria overpass per day grew from 25,900 to 46,100, an increase of 78%. In 2 years, the number of vehicles crossing Arcola Bridge has almost doubled. This is also 2 years ago. That means the study doesn't include the growth that took place in 2017 and in 2018. So this is still an increased problem we have to take into account. Number of collision source, SGI accident report. Arcola Avenue, 2005 in 2012 grew to 291 in 2017. On Arcola, collisions went up by 42%, whereas Victoria Avenue from 442 in 2012 went down to 357 in 2017. On Victoria, collusion went down by negative 19.2. That is due to expansion done on Victoria Avenue during that period. Note number of vehicles involved in collisions.
You have 1 minute left in your presentation.
Huh?
You have 1 minute left in your presentation.
I estimated the claims generated due to the damage to property is over 2 million annually. The claims and the pain inflicted on those involved in accident, that I leave to your imaginations. Planned growth and development in the area. The planned development and population growth planned for the area is that the population of Ward 4 will double within the next 20 years. It may even happen faster than that, according to the plan that is being already rolled out and approved by council here. The business development corridor planned around Chuka Drive doesn't only increase local traffic, it will also increase from other neighborhoods because people who come to do business in those areas. Conclusions.
Mr. Debbie, I'll have to stop you there. Your 5 minutes is up. Okay. We read your report, though, as with the previous allegation. We've all read that information that's here. We are aware of what you were going to say, but I have to stop you at 5 minutes.
What did he say?
I said your 5 minutes are up.
Oh, okay, no.
But we've read your report, so we know what you were saying in your report.
Okay.
But there may be questions from members of council on what you've submitted. So are there questions? Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you, Mr. Debbie, for coming forward. Did you want to add the piece that you never got to finish?
Basically what I want to say is the final conclusion is life and property damage. What we are saving by expanding the Arcola Bridge will pay for itself if we take into account, because whatever comes from whatever we pay due to damage, property, or loss of life, all that comes from society. If we take that into account and invest on this, we don't only save money, we also save life.
Thank you for that. So, so what you're saying, it's really not about the congestion, it's about safety.
More it's about safety, human value, life that worth more than anything.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify. So the accident statistics that you got were from SGI?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you for bringing those into the report. And so you're just saying that the calculations that you did on your own, everything else is accurate, but the actual numbers that you were the values.
Money value that I put is based on estimate, educated estimate.
Right. Okay, good. So I guess I'm just going to ask you, you've lived in Ward 4 and you've seen the traffic. How do you think that the impact, the lay of the land is different from other parts of the city?
What makes Arcola unique from other parts of the city is if one accident especially happens at the gate of before Arcola, it will back up. Even not just accident, the turning lane on the bridge, sometimes when it is congested, the lane will be reduced to one. So as a result, especially in the morning, there is huge traffic backup up to Victoria, up to University Park. That is just because of that one lane being blocked, the turning lane when it blocks and reduces the flow to Central City to one lane. So those are the reasons why, the congestion is it's a big bottleneck over there.
Thank you for that. And the correlation between Victoria Avenue, adding the 3 lanes, then reduced it down to 19.2%.
Exactly. The same expansion that was done during the same period amount, even whereas on Arcola, the accident rates not just only gone at traffic has increased. At the same time, the accident has gone up, whereas on Victoria, it went down. Plus, at the same time, also population in Ward 4, because of the growth and it's doubled. Even on city traffic map, you can see before Shuka Drive in 2014, there was only 7,100 traffic cars per day. Today, it's in 2016, the study, it shows it's over close to double, 13,900, just between Shuka Drive and the next road. So this is just shows how much, even within that local small area, traffic has doubled in 2 years.
Right, okay. Good. Thank you for the report. Thank you for the statistics and for speaking tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Shaney. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. Just want to clarify, I got your graph and I appreciated the information. What time of day are you thinking that these accidents and injuries are happening?
From what I have seen, more than 60% of the accident.
How many?
More than 60% of the accident happen early in the morning between 7 and 8 o'clock, and between 3 and 5 o'clock, up to 6. That's the statistics breaks down even by number of accident between those hours.
That's your perception, or
no? This is SGI number.
It's SGI numbers. Okay.
The breakdown is there.
So would the injuries be the same time, or would they be different times?
No, those are the injury time. I'm like the highest injury time between 3 and 5.
Okay.
Between 3 and 6, and 7 and 8. Those are the numbers I saw on this SGI statistics.
I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll now look at report IR 18-8. Sorry, we have communications from Oz Montanini. If I could have a mover for that. Councillor Barshani, seconder. Councillor Flagel. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we'll go to the information report. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. From Public Works, I bring IR 18-8, which is the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee Arcola Avenue corridor from College Avenue to Prince of Wales Drive. Our recommendation was that this report be received and filed. I will give you a little bit of history with it. So the long-term goal of the city's road network is to provide alternate routes for commutes east Regina. Alternate routes are planned to be built in tandem with the development of the East Regina. Alternate routes identified in both the Transportation Master Plan and the Southeast Regina Neighborhood Plan include the south extension of the Regina Bypass in 2019, the extension of Wascana Parkway from Sask Polytech to Prince of Wales at Wascana Gate North in the year 2034. Administration received several potential projects to determine if any improvements could be implemented sooner to improve the traffic flow along Arcola Avenue corridor. The projects reviewed will have a moderate impact on specific intersections, but minimal impact on overall traffic flow along the corridor. None of the projects are currently identified in the city's five-year capital plan. Therefore, additional funding would have to be allocated to implement any of these projects in advance of the current plan outlined in the Transportation Master Plan or the Southeast Regina Neighborhood Plan. So having said all that, we debated this at Public Works, and hence the receive and file. So I have a couple of questions, if I can have a seconder.
Seconder for the report, please. Councillor Fendura.
Thank you. So we took a look at all of the options in this report, which some of the delegations outlined. So is there any federal grants available to do any of these major projects currently? Through you, Your Worship?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship, these projects are on our SAF list and are we look at grant funding. We can apply for grant funding, but once we use that money instead of SAF, then we have to make up this money somewhere else, so it becomes taxpayer funded.
Thank you. And a lot of people don't know what SAF funding is, so maybe through you, Mr. Mayor, I could get a little short explanation of it for those who don't understand what that is.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship. Servicing agreement fees are collected as development occurs within the city, and it's typically in new neighborhoods is where we collect the money. When the official community plan was created with all of our growth, what we did is we looked at the whole city, and it was what infrastructure is needed to accommodate a 300,000 population, and through complex formulas, a number is arrived at, and currently it's approximately $440,000 a hectare, thereabouts, is what a developer pays to the city, and that money goes into a pool to pay for those growth projects. Those growth projects are water, wastewater, drainage, and transportation. In 2015, in order to keep the SAF rate at a certain level and the city's debt ratio at a certain level to all balance, a hard decision had to be made that we had to prioritize water and wastewater projects over top of transportation projects, which pushed out transportation projects. But that was in order to keep our debt and the rate at a reasonable level.
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, we also talked about other areas of the city that have also had growth and traffic issues around there. Is there other areas in the city that need attention that obviously are prioritized first? Because one of these is 2034. So through you, Your Worship.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. That's right. There's a number of other intersections throughout the city that are classified at an F, such as Louvain Drive and 13th Avenue, McCarthy Boulevard, 9th Avenue North, Albert Street and Sass Drive, and Broad Street in Saskatchewan, and there's others. But so there is a number of other intersections that do have level F, and we do prioritize through our process on how and when those projects come forward.
Thank you. What are some things we look at when we do prioritize projects?
Ms. Harlock?
Through your worship, there's a number of things that we take into consideration. We obviously look at growth, we look at finances. Just trying to find the list. I can find it. There is a number that we look at. I might ask Mr. McCall to go through the full list. And those are all taken into consideration when we are looking at the prioritization of the projects. So I might ask Mr. McCall to go through the full list of the criteria.
Mr. McCall?
Through you, Your Worship. We look at numerous factors, and they're listed in Appendix C of the report in a letter issued on May 23rd. The factors are accommodation for growth, level of service and capacity issues. We look at safety. We look at generally public consideration, current conditions of the roadway. So we try to look for those economy of scales, financial implications with respect to the servicing agreement fee model. And there's other factors as well that may influence a project, including political and availability of third-party funding.
Thank you. We've talked about the growth in the East End quite a bit too, especially when we talked about this at Public Works and Infrastructure. But the East End is not the only area of the city that's had a population boom and a growth boom. So when we look at the North, the Northwest, and the South End, they've also had booms and have issues with traffic as well. So we appreciated the report and the considerations, and that's how we worked at a receive and file for this report moving forward.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this was brought forward as a request, and I waited a long time for this study on Arcola. The corridor study that I think we were still using the 45,000 cars a day. That was the stats used back in 2016. that Arcola and University Park see. And we're still using those statistics in this report. And so the question I ask is, when we just talked about the factors, the key factors that were supposed to be in this report, one of the things is growth. And I actually was very disappointed that there was not one thing in there about the growth, the future growth of the Southeast or around the whole city. Because again, that would, help the residents understand where we are. If that's a key factor, I would have hoped that it would have been in the report. The second thing is the level of service. I agree with Councillor Bryce. We've got Fs all over this city. Something that I think we should start looking at, because no different than the road renewal, we're going to have roads that we haven't looked at in 30 years. So again, I think this is something that when we're looking at that, we've got some Fs, we have to start looking at how we're going to get through those Fs, because I believe there is a safety component with those Fs. The safety is another one, and we talked about that with the statistics that Mr. Debbia brought forward. And again, I was hoping that we would have 2017 data. And I think it's ironic that a resident would come forward and have the data, and we don't have the data in our report. So the question I'm going to ask is, when we look at that data, it is 42% increase. And again, I'm not sure that it's probably unfair to ask the staff if that's accurate, because we don't have the data as of yet.
Let's have the administration answer the question. Ms. Harlock?
Your Worship, I'm going to defer to Ms. Gazemo on both questions with regards to the traffic counts and for the accident.
Ms. Gazemo?
Info.
Through your Worship, with reference to the traffic count data, in 2017 we only performed intersection count data, which doesn't get converted into corridor data. The last time we did any type of corridor counts was in 2016. So the information provided was with reference to those corridor numbers. With reference to the traffic collision data, I've just gone onto the SGI website. The only data that's posted is the 2016 data. It was posted on November 17th, 2017. That is one source of data for us, but SGI also sends us directly the information, and we have not yet received that information from them.
Councillor Shanny?
Thank you for that. So the question, though, I want to ask, though, is that if we're doing a study and we actually conduct the traffic studies, why wouldn't we actually wanted to do more counts on this corridor? That's part of the study.
Ms. Harlock?
Through your Worship, the purpose of this study was the direction from Council was some quick wins and to look at certain intersections, and that's what the staff was directed to do. So we went back to look at what quick wins could there be done with regards to these intersections, and that's what the staff had done. What's recommended is that in 2024 there's going to be a full functional study. That's what we're recommending. It's in the work plan to have the full functional corridor study, and all of that information will be taken into consideration during that. One of the key things with part of our recommendation and the need for that bigger, larger functional study was also to understand what the impacts of the bypass are going to have. The bypass and the model that we have are our best estimates. It's a model, and once the bypass is open, we'll have true data that we'll be counting to verify the model and make adjustments whether or not the model was overestimating or underestimating, and then we'll have that data to make those, because it is estimated that once the bypass is fully functional with the South Loop, that there will be people will choose different traffic patterns once that's open.
Thank you for that. That leads me into my next question is that, does that mean that it's 5 years to study? Because the bypass is going to be open in 2019. Is that accurate?
Charlotte?
Through your Worship, no, the bypass would be open. What we like to see is the traffic patterns established for a minimum of 18 months, because it does take time for people to establish their traffic habits and patterns. And with our work plans, it was scheduled for 2024 was when it was scheduled, just due to all of the projects that the city is undertaking.
So, through your Worship, Just given the time frame, the fact that we don't have any real short-term options that we're given, everything has been exhausted. We've looked at every option in this, and we're still finding Fs. The only one was option 3, which was from the University Bridge to the creek. But again, I think when we're looking at short-term options, and there's a key, it's these, we're supposed to building these in tandem, and 20 and 30 years are far from tandem. So when we're looking at 2024, Your Worship, I'd actually like to make a motion that we advance the Arcola Avenue corridor functional study to be started earlier. It wouldn't be started earlier, but it would be finished earlier. Instead of the 5 years that they're asking to study, I'm hoping that, again, advancing it, starting it in 2021, with the return to council in 2022.
Ms. Harlech, do you have a comment about that's even possible? I'm not sure.
Through you, Your Worship, that would just mean we would have to just prioritize different work in order to accommodate that. It does give us, I believe, I'm just trying to do yeah, it would start in 2021, so it would give us the minimum 18 months of the bypass being open.
Is that enough time to do the work?
As I said, we would have to prioritize our work.
No, I mean, is there enough time to actually do that kind of work in the 18-month period of time?
Well, it would start in 2021, and it would be a year thereabouts to complete it. It would be expedited, so as I said, resources would be needing to be put onto that project in order to meet the 1 year time frame, and other projects would we'd have to review the projects to determine that, but it could definitely be
You have a seconder for that? Councilor Federa? Okay. Okay. We have some speakers on this, so we have firstly, Councilor Messner, you're the next speaker on the main motion. Okay, so we'll keep that in mind, you're the next speaker for that. So I'm going to shut your microphone off so I can find out who actually was the next speaker on this. On the amendment, Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. I would like to know what's going to be delayed if we prioritize this, because from what I just heard, we have a priority and we have a way of setting up priorities with a point type system. And if we push something forward, that means something else gets pushed back. So I'd like to know what gets pushed back if we push this forward. Through you, Your Worship.
Ms. Harlech.
Through you, Your Worship, I'd ask Ms. Folk.
Ms. Folk.
Through you, Your Worship, there are a number of projects that are service agreement funded throughout 2019 to 2022. I'll just remind Council that when decisions are made regarding the servicing agreement fee, many waterworks projects were prioritized over roadwork projects. So the administration would need to go back and look at growth patterns and assess that. So examples of projects could be Louvain Drive and Dooney Avenue intersection, double turn lanes. It could be looking at the downtown water system upgrades. It could be looking at improvements to the Buffalo Pound wastewater treatment pump project. It could be looking at wastewater capacity upgrades and Wascana Park pool upgrades. So we'll have to go back and look at that and balance those off. And there are a number of operating areas as well as development and development partners that would need to be consulted through that project or through that process.
Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. So there's a reason that we do prioritize things, and I've heard all of the projects or a large sum of the projects. I can't support bumping out something else forward because we have a system to prioritize based on the projects that I'm just hearing, and I feel that if we start doing this, it just changes everything. So I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Councilor Flagel.
Thank you. There we go. Thanks. Just in, Ms. Folk, what does, if I could through you, you mentioned Wascana Park Pool as an SAF. Why, how does that fit into an SAF?
Ms. Folk?
Through your worship, there's a portion of that upgrade of the total budget that would be allocated to the servicing agreement fee model. So we need to look at what that portion is and any impact on cash flow. As Ms. Harlech has indicated, the model for servicing agreement fee projects is a 25-year project. Any element or any project that is partially funded to fully funded are factored into that model. So it's just a case of looking at what would be the impact of moving some of those elements through that process.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure I understand how a Wascana Park Pool is serviced by growth.
Ms. Harlech will.
If I could, I need clarification on that because it
Ms.
doesn't
Harlech
make sense.
can do it.
Through you, Your Worship. So the way the servicing agreement model is looked at is we look at the project list for growth. And so what we do is we look at our existing infrastructure and we say, if, for simplicity, is if the city stopped growing today, would we do the project, like the expansion project, with the existing growth? And if it's no, then we wouldn't have it in the SAF. If it is yes, because it's growth related, then a portion could be a portion is attributed to the growth, and then a portion is attributed to the taxpayer. So that's how there's 100% SAF funded, and then there's splits, and it's all based on how much of the project is being triggered by the new growth of the city. And then the existing taxpayers are getting a benefit from a new set of infrastructure, so they pay a portion. So it's a complicated model, but in essence, that's what it is.
But if I look at that scenario, and it's just through this whole thing here, is that if there's no more growth in the city and things start to fall apart, we still have to fix them, right? Growth or no growth, we have to fix them somehow.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, that's correct. It would be taxpayer funded, and we probably wouldn't grow the infrastructure bigger, like we wouldn't make the pipes bigger, we would just replace like for like. Growth makes for instance, the pipes or the roads bigger, so yes. But when we do renewal, that's taxpayer funded, whereas growth related is collected through servicing agreement fees, which is non-taxpayers.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Through you, if I'm going back to this motion, and I'm not in disagreement about it, and I think maybe there's a misconception. She's not asking for the work to be done in 21. She's looking for the study to be done, because if you think about how we model traffic, and I've seen the ones where the cars are driving all over the place. I remember Bruce Belmore had a great illustration about how a particular road, which I'll bring up later, on the main motion, but when you look at it as a simple example is when you go to Sask Energy, within 1 year, you want to equalize. They will take a 1-year average, and that is your pattern. And I just don't see why we have to wait 5 years, because if that's the case, then we're going to hold up every project is in the city, because the bypass goes right around the whole city. So the bypass is going to affect the traffic flow on Courtney and 9th Avenue North. It's going to affect it on Pasco Street and 9th Avenue North. It's going to affect it on Pasco Street. It's going to affect it on Gordon Road and all the connectors all the way out there. So basically, if we do that and we shut it down, we're saying that we're not going to do any work that is growth related outside of the purview of what we've got going on today. And yet we've amended OCP, we've amended zoning bylaws, we've amended neighborhood plans. I think asking for a report 3 years sooner is not out of the question. So I'm going to support this. And I'm not saying that it's going to take up $5 million out of my road network in the north, but what it's going to do is it's going to make some things, and I've got some things I want to say in the main motion too. So
thank you, Councillor Flegel. Councillor Stevens.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, just some clarification on how the queue works. I understand that we prioritize waterworks. When we say we'd have to bump something out of the lineup and prioritize this, what's preventing us from doing it at the same time? Is it financial and debt burden, or is there a staffing question?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, that's exactly it. It's both. It's capacity. We only have so much staff capacity to do these projects.
Okay.
And obviously, depending on the study, we look at the financials and we bring forward our capital budgets forward to council. But it definitely comes down to capacity. We can only do so much. So when we say we're pushing out a project, it's not because of the bypass. It's because we can only do so much work in a year with the staffing that we have.
Okay. If I could follow up with that, let's say the decision was no, we don't want to push anything out of the lineup. What would it take to do that? We have a lot of growth taking place in different parts of the city. What would it take to actually not bump anything out of the queue here or with other projects to make this happen? Just
Ms. Harlock?
I want to know.
Through Your Worship, definitely, I think if we were to do that, there's kind of a couple options. Obviously, having more staff that can help us more consulting, but more consulting does need staff to manage those contracts. I mean, we do contract out a lot of these big studies. Some we do, like this one we did internally, but definitely it would be staffing, but there's still that oversight that would need to be done. And it wouldn't just be my area that would need it, because these larger studies impact both Ms. Gizmo's area and mine, and depending on the project, sometimes all three operational areas, and obviously it takes draws on the finance department because they need to be involved. So some of these larger projects don't just, sometimes there's a thought it would only impact my area, but it doesn't. It impacts the corporation.
Fair enough. I want to follow up on that. I mean, then we're talking about a larger system-wide issue, which is inadequate resources. So how do we connect these dots here? What I'm hearing is that we have new neighborhoods coming online. We've prioritized water over transportation. The delegations today have spoken to the consequences of that decision. I understand it, but it's all work under this assumption that we have to maintain a shortage of resources at a constant state, and to have these long drawn-out queues. So how do we change that? And is it possible to do that here?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, I don't think, so obviously it would be through part of the budgeting process, and there is a bigger question because part of our admin fees that are in the servicing agreement do fund a lot of our staffing positions. So then there'd be a conversation with industry if those positions are growth related with servicing agreements. So it's a bigger conversation because there's both taxpayer that, and then the servicing agreement fee admin side might have to be increased if we hired more staff.
Okay, thank you. I think we should have that conversation. I understand that it's not immediately on the floor now, but there are a number of projects, and the response is constantly we're under-resourced to do that. I think that's actually the source of the problem, not the fact that we're dealing with a certain lineup. That lineup is a consequence of decisions we've made.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Other speakers? Councillor O'Donnell? Okay. Councillor Flagle?
Nope, next guy.
Fundura, okay. Here we go.
Thank you, Worship, through you. So how much would this cost to do the review? I mean, we've done it already. What would it that cost us to do another review to speed this up?
Ms. Harlock?
What would that give us? And how much?
Through you, Your Worship. A functional study of this magnitude would be in the 500,000, similar to what we're doing with the functional study on the rail on Ring Road. Yeah.
And so would, to your Worship, just another follow-up question is that, would that give us anything different that we know already?
Through you, Your Worship. So the difference with the study, as I indicated before, what we did this time, it was about quick wins and seeing what those intersections, what could we do quickly, cost effectively to improve those intersections. This functional study is different. It's looking at the whole corridor, and it's looking at all of the traffic patterns. It's looking at the impact of the bypass, and it's modeling different scenarios. So it's really taking a different approach than what this study was at. And I might ask Mr. McCall to go into more detail about what it takes with the functional study and what the outputs would be when we get the study back.
Mr. McCall?
Through you, Your Worship, this study would differ in a few major areas, and one would be once the establishment of traffic patterns has been done with the Ministries bypass project. We'd like to go through and verify our model results. It's a very large project, and it requires good engineering principles to go back through those results and verify what we modeled is what we're seeing. The second is within the corridor itself, there's the interchange at Ring Road in Arcola, and it's been identified as a bottleneck. It's people who drive the corridor could probably tell me that. And with respect to that, when you talk about an interchange, you're not just talking about the road Arcola going over top, you're talking about the road going underneath. So when you make changes to an interchange, you look at the configuration of the ramps, you look at the configuration of the bridge deck and bridge height, and all of those items. So we're going back through and verifying that if there are things that could be done in a quick matter with respect to ramp alignment and interchange configuration, that would be something we'd be expecting of a consultant. And there are other little minor items that would take more capacity than we could deliver within this quick win scenario. Another was modeling the impacts of the adjacent road networks. That would be with respect to Lakon and, for example, Lakon, rights in, rights out, what impact would that have on the corridor itself? Similar items like that. Thank you.
Thank you. So then, through your worship, in that follow up with the question, we're talking about a study here. We're not talking about, so I'm trying to figure out what project we would have to stop because we're doing a study here. Where are we taking that 500,000? So I mean, impact on something. I'm not quite understanding what we're worrying about that we have to take money from somewhere else to do this study.
Ms. Harlech, you could probably answer that.
Through your worship, as I said, it's really about the capacity. So we do have a schedule of projects, and if we're moving one project up, that just means one has to get bumped back. So those are the things that we'll have to look at from a capacity point of view. Funding of this, I'd have to go back to find out what the splits are. I don't know if the funding would be 100% SAF funded. Or if there's a portion that's tax funded. So all of those things would have to be looked at when we're advancing different works. When we budget based on our 5-year outlook of the projects that we're going to be bringing forward, and that's our 5-year capital. It doesn't mean that council can't advance projects, it just means that there's impacts on capacity and what projects, because we have to reprioritize our work. And then we would have to bring forward a report on budget of where the monies would come from to pay for the study. That's all.
Okay, through your worship. So we collect the service agreement fees from a certain area. How do we use those fees in the certain areas? What do we do with them? I mean, we're looking at a study, looking at there's a lot of growth in the area and we're collecting fees. What do we do with those fees? Do we leave them in this area? What happens?
Through your worship, our model is a citywide model. It is not an area-based model. That was a decision that was made a while ago. Our model has been in place since the 70s. It balances and makes areas across the city more equal, because sometimes some areas cost a lot more to develop. It would need bigger projects, bigger costs, all of those things. So if you don't have an area-wide and you went to an individual area model, one area could be 80,000 per hectare and another area could be 700,000 per hectare. So to whoever's point about equalization payments, that's sort of what our model does, is it equalizes it across the city. So the money's collected from one area does not stay in the one area because it's a citywide, the projects that are getting, that the money's going towards, it's to pay for a citywide system, not just a localized system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Massanelli.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm I was paying attention and that I heard properly. To approve this motion, one of the repercussions would likely be displacing the number 1 ranked intersection, Dudney Avenue and Blue Van Drive, which had the most collisions, to a later date. Did I understand that correctly?
Ms. Harlech?
Through your worship, we were just giving examples of what could. We would have to go back and reprioritize our work. As I said, we have our work plans are going out, to 2020, 2025 and beyond. And so we would have to relook at the orders. So I don't want to say for sure.
It was an example, but
it was an
it's a
example, but it
possibility.
could be a possibility. It would just depend when we go back, and if this motion was to be passed, then staff would just go back and we would reprioritize our work to meet that, and then bring forward the budgets appropriately. With this motion, the budget monies wouldn't come forward until, because Councillor Bershiani put it for 2021, so it would be part of the 2021 budget process that we would put forward the ask to do this study.
And just to reaffirm, one of the main components, of course, is staffing. You've said you've reached a capacity point in staffing that kind of limits the amount of work that can be done. We only have so many people to perform. Is that correct?
Through you, Your Worship. Our staffing levels, we manage our workloads within the staff capacity that we have today.
Okay. Your staffing capacity, everything we're talking about today is brought about by the capacity of the roads from a recent growth. How's the staffing levels changed in the last 10 years' growth? Has your staff grown according to the growth in town?
Ms. Howlick?
Through Your Worship, I don't have the exact numbers at the hand. Obviously, there has been differences within my division on where we have lost staff, and then in some areas we've seen some additional staff. But overall, there has been a decrease. We, as I said, some of our because our model in our city planning and development is we have two models. So part of it's paid. A lot of our staffing is paid through fees, both on the planning side and the development side. So, but we have to find that balance.
I understand. I'd like to support this amendment, but the thought of displacing other work, hearing about the backlog of things we've displaced already through the last 5 years of growth really makes me nervous to displace more. I'd like to add a sentence to there that if we could achieve this without displacing any other projects, which would trigger an increase in staff, I think. I don't know if that's a friendly amendment or not, or something I can add on there. I'm asking.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
So basically, we've reached it to be in a capacity problem to achieve this. I have trepidation about approving this because I don't want to displace another project, which may or may not have more accidents than we're trying to fix with this project. I think that if I attached a component saying that no other project be displaced in order to achieve this, I might trigger a fix so we no longer experience the same problem in years to come. So that's what I'm asking, if I can add that sentence on as a friendly amendment, if it'd be accepted and if it's doable.
I'm just wondering, the administration has already said that this does create a capacity issue, and they've already answered the question that it would actually have impact on other projects. So I'm not sure if the amendment would help or not. So
I think the amendment would give them instruction to fix the capacity issue is what I'm intending.
That's a budget issue too. Ms. Howard, you want to comment on that?
Through Your Worship, what administration could do is we could go back, if you want this as a referral, to bring back, we could look at the impacts on the projects and what this, in order to advance it, what we would need from a staffing capacity, to give that information to council.
Well, I still had a point I want to bring up in the second part of the discussion. I'm just joking. I'd be fine with that because, like I said, I think that through sitting here for the last year and a half, I've heard this story before. I've looked at the number of employees here and the growth we've experienced, and I think that that's kind of scratching at the surface for me. So I don't mind if it goes back to referral and we get more information. If we can hedge this problem off and solve it in other areas, I'd enjoy that.
Is that a referral motion you're making?
If that's what I'm told the way it has to be, that's what I'll do.
That's one way to do it, and what that might do is it actually will, the other people may want to speak to this this amendment prior to that happening, so. All right. What are you pointing at, Councillor Rice?
What's that? Don't we need to ask the main mover before we?
Yeah, I understood, but, so, Councillor Bresciani, there's a notion here to refer that item. Before we do, City Manager.
Through you, Your Worship, there's been a lot of conversation about, obviously, the prioritization of projects. There's been reference to staff capacity and some of the challenges around that. I think it would be appropriate for the administration, refer this back to the administration. We would review the list of projects. We would look at the impacts on staff capacity, and we would bring that conversation as a part of the 2019 budget. So when we bring the budget forward, we could have the conversation about if you want to advance this project, it would have this impact on the other projects. And at that point, there can be a conversation about staff capacity in terms of the amount of staff that be required and the budget requirements in order to fund that.
Councilor Shannon, before I give you the floor, maybe some other comments to make. Would you be amenable to a referral motion? Okay. I'm going to ask that Councilor Flake will take the chair for a moment. So as we consider the referral motion, I'd ask members of council to think that there's actually two elements here that we're looking at. One of them is the staffing capacity, which is outside of this particular discussion. It could be a 2019 budget item, no question about that. But it's also a question of the priority system that the administration put forward of the past several years, whether that is valid or not, whether we can have one project bump another project or a series of other ones that may be equally or more in need of some tender loving care as well. So I want you to remember that. These are, and I don't think on the floor of council we can say, let's bump it to the top and without knowing the implications fair to other areas of the city. Northwest being one of the major areas where we have significant growth as well. So I live in Southeast Virginia. I'm there every day. And I know what's there. I go up across our city all the time. We have pressure points everywhere. What I am not in favor of is a open discussion about how we're going to change the system of prioritization that we as council have approved for a number of years for one project. I wouldn't do it for any project unless the administration recommends for reasons that are part of the system of how we gather SAFs, how we approve projects, the project list, the transportation master plan, which we have all endorsed and talked about. So I would just urge caution of where we go here on this. To me, I'm concerned about breaking this open. The issue of staffing levels and budgets for 2019, yeah, let's have the discussion in 2019 budget. I don't disagree. But I am really reticent. In fact, I would strongly urge us not to break open that list of priorities and say, I now think this one's more important than that one. Because there are other people in the areas of the city will be saying, I've been waiting since 2021 for this intersection to be changed. It's dangerous too. We have a lot of work to do in our city, like every city in Canada, for infrastructure. But we rely on our administration with their experts or engineers and planners to tell us these are the most important projects that we have to do. And we have that list. We've had the list for a number of years. I am not ready to change that list and say because any one project by council, we want to change it. I think that's arbitrary. Unless I can find another reason why for funding or some other way to do it. But on balance, I'm not prepared to make that change. For me, the report that we have here there's two elements we haven't talked about tonight. And that is recommendations 2 and 3. I'm just saying, this directly relates to this one. We have to consider those two. Those are issues related to the 2019 budget that directly affect Arcola Avenue and University Park Drive. We haven't even considered that yet. So I will not support a referral motion because you need more information. And I don't want this to become a discussion of changing our priority system that we have through our transportation master plan. Thank you. So, Councilor Bresciani, if you speak, then there'll be no referral motion. Because you have introduced the motion, the amendment. And as we did last council meeting, if you speak, then there's no referral motion unless you don't want to do the referral motion. Pardon me? Okay, so I'd ask that Councilor Massanelli speak.
guess once again, I'm making this referral motion, not just for the people of Southeast Regina, but because I think there's a capacity issue in our city. And I hope that it does come forth in the upcoming budget. And I think it has to be addressed, because today it's Arcola, tomorrow it's going to be 9th Avenue North. We've grown as a city, and we have to adjust our procedures. And that's why I'm making this.
Okay. So now we also need to withdraw the receive and file portion of the report as well. That's a Councillor Price, you moved receive and file. We now have a referral motion before us,
So I will remove my receive and file.
Okay, thank you for
My
that.
seconder agrees.
Okay. Councillor Flagel, point of
Thank you.
clarification.
Councillor Mancinelli does not have a date when this report is brought back. And I'm just trying to see if it could be brought back like in a month or, I don't know. There's no date on here as to when.
We'll
So this could be 3 years from now it comes back.
check
but-
and see.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Howard?
Sorry, through you, Your Worship, we were just conferring. If this, I guess there's a question of whether or not you want this to be brought forward as part of the 2019 budget process, so that there's a more wholesome discussion with respect to that. That I guess I would ask.
Councillor Mancinelli, you want to clarify that?
Yeah, coming back as part of the 2019 budget is just fine. Thank you.
Okay, so we're clear? It's a referral motion, there's no debating it.
Seconder.
Second for it? Councillor Murray? All those in favor of the referral motion? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Councillor Bresciani, I'm not sure how much time you have left on the main motion, but you were close to near the end of it when you moved the motion.
Okay, thank you for that, and I'll make it quick. So at Public Works, we did talk about a plan to accelerate.
Okay. Oh, okay, hold on. Is this the whole report? Okay. That's right. So the whole report's has been referred back. Okay. My apologies for that one. So the whole report has been referred back. That was a motion. When moving, receive, and file, the whole report was now referred, and that takes precedence over the rest of the report. So it's now referred to the 2019 budget. On a point of order and process, but not in substance on it. But go ahead.
Your Worship, when you indicated that, you said it was the amendment. You didn't say it was the report. So
No, I said there would be a motion to refer this to the administration based on what Councillor Mancinelli wanted,
but
and that passed.
It was the amendment, though.
No, this is actually a referral motion on your amendment, and that takes precedence. In other words, it stops the business when we agree to a referral motion. You got exactly what you wanted in the motion. Okay. So let's move on to our next report. We have delegation Evan Hunchak. Mr. Hunchak, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions of members of council afterwards.
Good evening. My name's Evan Hunchak. I'm the general manager at Dream Development. As the applicant within the Eastbrook, or I guess the developer within the Eastbrook subdivision, we're proposing to develop 22 detached dwellings on Block 1 and 23 of the Eastbrook subdivision. The current zoning there in place right now is R5 medium density residential. And as such, we required discretionary use approval to allow for these dwellings under the existing zone. Building plans would be submitted for review during the building permit stage, and the balance of the remaining 16 units on these two block faces would be developed as semi-detached dwellings, thus resulting in a mixed pattern of development of detached and semi-detached dwellings along each block face. Our proposal remains consistent with the Eastbrook concept plan, which identifies this location for medium density residential, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. You finished?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there other questions of delegation?
Go to Mike.
Councillor Flagel.
Go to Mike first. He was in the. Go on.
Councillor Donald.
Thanks, evening, Mr. Hunchak. Thanks for your patience. One, all you're doing in terms of changing is putting single-family houses between duplexes, every second one, on this short area.
Correct, yes.
Two, impact on the area in terms of density. Could you comment on that, please?
The density is still through your worship, the density is still within the target for medium density, so we're still in the range of 25 to 50 units per hectare.
Yeah, I think it comes in
People,
about 27 or something
Yep.
like that now, right? Any other impact that you see on the area that you would comment on?
Through your worship, I believe it would be an improvement in the area that we would better gradient the density as we have more single family to the north and south. So this would slightly reduce that density on Buckingham, but still meet medium density target.
Okay, and would you just lastly comment about options or variety of housing choice? Are you trying to meet a goal here? Are you trying something new, or
Yeah.
why are you doing it?
Through you, sorry, your worship, it's been a long night. Through you, yes, we're trying to hit different density targets as well as fulfill what the demand and product types would be in our community. And so doing this would introduce some different forms of housing and different price points, and it would allow diversity of choice.
Okay, that's good. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dunn. Before I give the microphone to Councillor Flagel, just note that Councillor Bershanny left the meeting in a conflict of interest. Duly noted within the minutes, please, if I could do that. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks and welcome out. Probably never asked you this, but ever consider putting bungalow condos in this type of a location?
Through you, your worship, yes, we have several sites within the Eastbrook community that would allow for a bungalow condo. We've spoken to a couple developers, but so far haven't had any significant interest.
What, if you wouldn't mind, what would make you want to put them there? Like, what's holding you back from doing bungalow condos?
Through you, your worship, it would be probably price point would be the most sensitive, given there's been a lot of discussion about SAF levies and the like here tonight, which have increased dramatically in the last few years. So to build a bungalow condo development now would be significantly more. My friend Patrick Ma, who was just sitting beside me earlier, the owner of Northridge, they have some of those communities that they're building in the creeks right now, and they would be around $450,000 a unit they start at.
Okay. So if I was to tell you that, and being a realtor, if there was 475 condominiums for sale in Regina, and there's only 12 bungalow condos available out of those 495, would you think there's a little shortage of a market for bungalow condos and based on condo units? Would that spur you to maybe think build a $400,000 condo instead of a $450,000, $500,000?
Through you, your worship, we're an opportunistic company. We're looking at any opportunity. If you'd like to book a meeting or anybody else, we can talk about
Absolutely.
that.
No, I'm trying to get meetings going, but no, I appreciate that. And I like that you're coming forward and making some changes to a plan, because that's what we're kind of all about here. If the plan that you originally set out, and even if you look at the greens and the towns, nothing, well, not all, but some of it looked like it did 8 years ago. Most of it didn't. And I applaud you guys for changing. But is there going to be more changes within what you, because we own, Dream and the City of Regina own the towns. So are you seeing a lot more changes coming as growth goes on? And I know it's slower, but.
Yeah, through you, your worship, I think change is inevitable. Within the Harbor Landing Concept Plan, I believe we amended the concept plan 16 or 17 times. Right. So as time goes on and you have different projects like input housing that was here earlier tonight, or there's many examples that sometimes often need a concept plan amendment. And when those appear, then we would be before you with another concept plan amendment.
Thanks. So through your opportunistic eyes, this is the best plan for today?
Through your worship, yes, I believe so. Our company's has some product type like this in Calgary that's quite successful because it has you have semi-detached dwellings or duplex with single family on a block, so it has the appearance to have a lot lower density, yet you're still hitting those medium density targets.
Perfect. Great. Thanks. And thanks for waiting for us too. Thank you, Councilor Flagel. Other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. This is now a report on the Councilor Findera.
It's late.
Better late than never, I suppose.
Of course. I should be asking this question. I know you're building condos and all that, but what about barrier-free, like for disability use and all that, barrier-free building? What's the discussion within your group of going that route? I know we've got a small percentage and all that, so.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, we have toured some different communities. One that stands out in mind was in Winnipeg 2 years ago that was had a fairly large percentage of barrier-free. Aside from being involved on some projects like Input Housing or Orange Tree Village in Harbour Landing, I haven't had a lot of experience personally with that, but we are constantly looking for opportunities to improve accessibility within the community or integrate different needs within the community, whether it's aging in place or assisted care or those type of supportive homes as well.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I'm thank you to hear you're doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Findera. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll look at Report 69, Discretionary Use Application in the Buckingham Drive. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thank you. If I could have a seconder, I'll speak to this, please.
Councilor Massanelli.
Thanks very much. So this is a change on the 5100 block of Buckingham Drive, just 22 of the lots, which would be single family as compared to the remainder number of lots, which are duplex. I think you heard that it stays within our density guidelines. It's at 27. In the range of 25 to 50 is the requirement here. Change of product type. Seek concurrence on this, please.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Discussion on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I will get Councilor Bresciani back in here. Another delegation, Lee Forsberg. Mr. Forsberg, if you could identify yourself and who's with you, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you. My name is Lee Forsberg, and I'm represented with my business partners, Derek Wu to my right, Trevor Anderson, and Keenan George to my left. We are representing our company 102017320 Saskatchewan Inc. And the revitalization of St. Chad's. This project has been forgotten about for a while now, and we are looking for heritage funding or tax exemption to bring this building back up to heritage standards. With that money, we will be looking at repairing the exterior foundation, concrete slab, windows, and roof. There will be 3 phases to this project. Phase 1 will be working inside of the church. Phase 2 will be a commercial expansion on the front, which is not seeking any heritage tax exemption. And Phase 3 will be 18 units behind the commercial expansion. We're looking for $480,000 of tax relief over 10 years. And we will be injecting over $4 million into this project, roughly, to bring this up to heritage standards and to bring it up to the building standards. I'll keep it short and sweet.
That was short. Thank you very much. Other questions? Councillor Hawkins, you have some questions.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Just to make sure we've got the number, you're looking for $408,000 in tax relief under the Heritage Building Rehabilitation Program. Is that right?
Yeah, 480. That was
480.
Correct. That was
Okay.
actually established by the.
By the formula?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how much are you investing in the project?
Roughly about 4 million.
Again?
Roughly about 4 million.
About 4 million, okay.
Correct.
And you say 18 units behind the commercial expansion. So can you describe the commercial expansion a little bit, and then what the 18 units are in behind?
Sure. The commercial expansion is going to be 1,900 square feet. It'll be likely used by our own corporation just as office space. Behind it will be 18 units of mixed use, whether it be commercial or residential will be to be determined. Likely it'll be more residential than commercial.
I'm interested to know why the project was delayed. You mentioned that there's been a long period of time where that property is sat.
It was a different owner. It wasn't us. So we bought it last year and immediately went into development permit.
Can you describe just a little bit, and we've got the detail here, just a little bit, the building and what a couple of the major features of the restoration are, with a particular emphasis on why it's a heritage restoration?
It's heritage because it's 104 years old. It was built in 1914. And so some of the heritage work that we're going to do is terracotta work, roof repair, it needs to be cedar shakes, and then foundational work to support it.
Anything else on the inside?
Just electrical, plumbing, asbestos removal, which isn't obviously funded through this, but and then just bracing the exterior walls.
So all of that is structural work.
Correct.
Any work on the any work of a non-structural variety, interior work, design work, anything like that? Gargoyles, anything?
From heritage perspective, no.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Evening, gentlemen. Thanks for being here. This is a direct control district. Does that have any implications for your overall development of your plan?
Can you expand on direct control district?
So when this land was, the overall archdiocese was taken over, there was limits as to what could be built or couldn't be built and so on. Has that had an impact on you?
Yes, it has. Especially on the commercial expansion, we had to meet certain height requirements and setback requirements on what the exterior looked like, and then window repairs.
Gotcha. Maybe a little bit offline, but is this the last one of the old buildings to be repaired?
I don't know if
the others are used, I think, right?
Yeah, the other ones are used. The east side of the building has already been repaired, but that also wasn't heritage.
Yeah.
And then the other one, I don't think actually got work done to it, but it is being occupied currently right now.
Thanks very much. And just so that I understand, because I have an aerial map and the amount of land looks reasonable. So do you have parking and so on to suffice for what you got planned?
We do. We have 18 stalls, and then because it's heritage, there is no parking requirements, but we do have 18 stalls.
But you still have 18.
Correct.
Okay, good. Good luck,
Thank you.
Other questions of the delegation? Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, Michael. Welcome, gentlemen, and thanks for waiting. It's really fine print, but I'm seeing restaurant, 4-story residential, and 1-story residential development. Is that future, or is that the 18 plus a restaurant plus the commercial as a full 4 million?
Full formality. So we have restaurant being in phase 1, hopefully starting this year if we can. The commercial expansion will be phase 2, starting this year if we can, and phase 3 will be next year if we can, depending on business plans and bank financing and all that fun stuff.
Okay. So thanks for you, and I don't know the building that well, but is there elevators in there, or are you going to have to put them in, or?
There's not. We are deemed 4 stories, but that's more for sprinkler systems. We do not have to put an elevator inside.
Okay.
There's only actually one portion of the building that's 4 stories. The rest is 3.
Okay. So do you know the design of what you're going to be building? Like lofts or?
We'll do 1-bedroom apartment buildings.
Okay.
And then we're going to try to keep about 4 to 6 commercial bays right now, just depending on the market.
Okay. Just a question of the landscape. I see, like if I'm looking at this drawing here, everything to the, if I go to the left, is open space. Is that your land available for
That's
Future
where the parking
development
lot-
or parking or?
Parking.
Parking, is that, so that's where the parking is gonna be on that side? I'm just pointing to this side over here for everyone else. Yeah, okay, no, you know what, it's about time. I'm good with this because I think it's something it's needed. It's another piece that this whole Canterbury thing has just really gone wild because the Fioranto boys have done a great job to originally start it,
Councillor
continue
Flego,
it. and away
questions
you go.
only,
So
you'll be speaking that on the report.
will there be more building? Can you go higher with your new piece of building?
We cannot.
No, okay, perfect, thanks.
Councillor Barshani.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, thank you for bringing this forward. So did you fellows do any community kind of engagement with the residents close by there?
We did not
Nope.
do any community engagement except for our adjoining building. So
Okay.
there's actually 9 other units to the east,
Okay.
2 being part of our building and then 7 being part of the gym. We did speak with them and got approval by them. In terms of the actual community, we did not. No.
Okay, good. It's a beautiful building.
It is.
And it'll even be more beautiful when you guys get finished with it. So
Thank you.
thank you for that.
Thank
That's it.
Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask the question I asked before the delegation about barrier-free. Have you thought about that within your construction? When you look at the site, what it is, College Avenue, Broad Street, transit, easy downtown, all that. And there, as the population is aging, we'll be looking for places that we can be close to downtown or close to transit, all that. Have you thought about barrier-free? I know you don't have elevator, but what about like a first floor?
If first floor for sure will be barrier free, can be, that's easy. To go barrier free 2, 3, and part of 4, I say that loosely because there's only one real building that you can, or part of the building where you can go to 4. We could put an elevator, or like a wheelchair accessible lift on there, but it would, because of the actual railing is heritage, it's deemed heritage inside the building, that would have to pass development permit and construction permits.
What have you been thinking about that?
We have, yeah.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Murray.
Thanks. Just a quick question for you guys. How long do you think it's going to take? What's your anticipated time frame to complete the restoration?
In complete or in each phase?
Well, I guess, yeah, sorry. I guess there's the 3 phases. We'll start with phase 1.
June 2019.
That's quick. Okay.
And then phase 2 completed end of 2019. And then 2020, we would like to have, midway through, have phase 3 done.
Okay, perfect. We just have to ask that question because we've got a hole over here still. So thanks, guys. Get in the warehouse district. There's lots of heritage buildings there that need the same thing.
I appreciate
Free
that.
commercial there, I think. Any other questions? I have just one question that relates to what Councillor O'Donnell spoke about. It's actually an architectural control district, which is different than a direct control district where there's actually, the province was involved with what could or couldn't be done to that whole area. How has that affected your design work, where it's now an architectural, the first one, I think, in the province actually that's ever been done?
Yes, this is actually its own heritage designation. It's taken 12 months to get here. And part of that is working with Liberty and Ben on getting the right elevations done and the right terracotta work done, the window repair done, how many panes of glass and the features and the structural, even the landscaping. So all of that is got its own designation, and that's why it's taken 12 months to get here. It's a burden on our wallets, but we're here and we're looking forward to, putting this project to work. So
you're pretty determined, aren't you?
We are.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for that. No other question. You can return to the gavel. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we will look at report 18-63, Finance and Administration Committee. This is the Heritage Building Rehabilitation Program for the St. Chad's Chapel and College. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Recommendation of Finance and Administration Committee. One, that a tax exemption for Unit 10 condo plan, there it is, addressed at 10-1651 Anson Road, be approved in the amount equal of a lesser of a 50% of eligible costs for the work completed on Unit 10 and the common property of Unit 10 as described in the conservation plan. The next is B. B, an amount equal to the total property tax payable on Unit 10 for 10 years Two, and I won't read this all, that the provision of the property tax exemption be subject to the following conditions, and they're listed there. C, that city clerk be instructed to prepare the necessary agreement, etc. And four, that the executive director of city planning and development or designate be authorized under the tax exemption agreement to make all determinations regarding reimbursements of the costs incurred for the work done to the property based on the city's heritage rehabilitation project and the conservation plan for the property.
Second for that, please. So you have a second for that motion? Councilor Bashani?
Thank you very much. You've heard the numbers that are involved here, and they're also set out in the report. The total exemption would come to $40,690 per year for 10 years, which brings you up to that, and a little extra brings you up to $480,000 in terms of the value of the tax exemption. There's an education portion and a library portion to that. The city's portion is about 2/3 of the tax exemption. There's no doubt that this property is a heritage property. It's a chapel, but not, for those of you who haven't seen it, near College and Broad. It's a almost cathedral-like chapel. Red brick building, Gothic in structure. So it's quite a remarkable building, actually. So we'll seek approval.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, for that. We have other questions. Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks. Just a few. One is, by the way, I'm thrilled with this project. This is good. Clarity on the 10-year tax exemption. I thought we could only agree to 5 at a time or something like that. This is written a little different than I've seen before, so someone could explain. Can I do this?
Ms. Harlech?
Through your worship, yes, we can do this, and I'll ask Ms. Folk to go through the details of how this works.
Ms. Folk?
Thanks.
Through you, your worship, because this building is designated as a heritage property, the Heritage Act at the province does enable us to extend that period to a 10-year period,
Good.
which has been endorsed through policy approved by council.
Oh, good. Thanks for that. I just needed to understand. Two, that the tax exemption when it comes to the $25,000 for education purposes, is that cumulative or is that on an individual year?
Ms. Harlech?
Through your worship, so based on the estimated 2018, it would be the education portion would be 14,400
Right.
and 40. So each year, that's
Okay,
what the
so then
estimate
can we still apply
it's
on
under
their behalf?
Yes,
Ms.
and that's
Harlech?
what we would do.
Okay, good, good. Thanks for correcting me. Architectural control, has that extended to the new buildings, or was that just for the old buildings in the Archdiocese?
Ms. Harlech? I think it's for all of it, actually.
All of it,
Well,
that's what I thought too.
the architectural controls are for the whole site, and then any property that is designated heritage has features that it actually goes beyond that, because those are the features we're trying to preserve. So
Okay.
it is different. But the new builds have to meet those architectural controls.
Thanks. And the last question I have, and again, the aerial map helps. The area to the corner of College and Broad is kind of the open area. I'm wondering, one, about development there in the future, but two, part of the architectural control on this was also for the grounds and for, if I remember correctly, from above, it looks like the Union Jack. And has that all been protected still? Thought that was a condition in the beginning.
Ms. Harlech?
Through your worship, I might ask Mr. Searle to go through the details of the architectural guidelines.
Mr. Searle?
Your worship, the direct control district, when it was put in place, did look at future development as complementing the existing heritage buildings, and also did look at considerations with respect to landscape protection and that alignment with the Union Jack on which the property was designed and framed initially. So looked at those features not only with respect to buildings and future development, but also the landscaping and also importantly sight lines looking into the property to ensure that development didn't block the heritage assets and so forth, and that was protected.
Okay, that's good. Man, good luck. This is great.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Flagel?
Thanks. No, definitely in support of this. I'm just a question, where does the yearly money come from the city? Do we just not charge them that much, or, and then do we take it from one pot, move it to another pot so that we balance out?
Ms. Howard?
Through you, Your Worship. So what happens is, that's right, we don't charge them, and then that's just revenue that we're not collecting.
Right, but do we have a, like, kind of a pot for heritage property as opposed to normal?
No, through you, Your Worship, through our budgeting process, we just don't account for that revenue.
Okay.
We know that there's these agreements, so we don't account for that
Okay.
tax revenue, and that goes with our heritage, or our housing incentive policy
Okay.
also.
That's what I wanted to clarify, just so we weren't robbing Peter to pay Paul kind of thing. No, this is great, because it's another piece of the pie, Mr. Mayor. And I've been in Anson House, and they've done a fantastic job of that little place. And it's a small building just directly west of St. Chad's. And actually, it wasn't long. I just had put a house on College Avenue for sale, and I'm down the street from the picture that's actually in here, and it's a mess. But I'm hoping in 2 or 3 years it doesn't look like that, and I'm sure you guys will be doing that. I think there's only 1 or 2 buildings left on that property. There's a house directly west of this yet that's got used to have a mortgage broker in there, and so the opportunity to buy that one and tunnel underneath and do something as a nightclub. I think one of you guys owns a nightclub, or you all do. So no, nobody does. Yeah, I thought somebody did there. I thought I recognized them. But I just wanted to this is something that, it's typical for Regina. We see landowners, developers come forward, and no disrespect to them, but they're 45 plus. And no disrespect at all, because they do a great job. But when you see young guys like this, and Councillor O'Donnell was just saying he remembers these kids from basketball and stuff like that. Well, that could be anybody that you taught 40, 50 years ago. But it's nice. Yeah, but anyway, it's nice to see delegations come forward, and young people, guys, women, whoever it is, they're talking $4 million, $4 million in investing in Regina, and they're still probably, I'm going to say, under 35 years of age, and that's great, because it gives everybody some hope that, we had some parents sitting here looking to build futures for their children when they're gone. Well, these guys are building a future for themselves, because they're going to stick around here for the next 30 to 40 years. So anytime we can help this type of an investment out for Regina, I'm all for it.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Do you feel better now? I feel way better. Good. That's good. Excellent. There's no other discussion on the report. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Flagel for the bylaw.
Thanks. And so I rise in favor of 2018-35, and I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2018-35 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaw 2018-35 be read a second time.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that council hereby consent to bylaw 2018-35 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaw 2018-35 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. City Manager's report. Mobile food vending permit fees is his next report. Somebody want to put that on the floor? Councillor Massanelli? You don't want to talk about it?
I got nothing to say. I'll wait to listen.
Nothing to say? Well, we'll give it to the administration to provide some background. Mr. City Manager.
Through your worship, the report in front of you tonight comes directly from the administration, and it comes as a result of concerns raised by some of the food trucks related to the mobile food vending permit fee. So if you remember, as a part of our 2017 amended budget, so after the provincial government released its 2017-18 budget, we had a few weeks to respond to a revenue shortfall, and we proposed that mobile food vending permit fees increased by 20%, which meant they went from $1,400 annually to $1,680 annually. The impact of that fee wasn't seen by any of the food vending trucks until this season. So this is the first year they've had to pay the additional $280. So there has been some concern in terms of the fee that has been proposed. There's three options in the report in front of you tonight. The first one is that the administration recommends that really we should leave the fee as it is and that we don't make any changes to the street use permit fee for 2018, but that we do a review administratively of the impact, and if there are changes required, we bring that as a part of the 2019 budget. There are two other options identified in the report, and one would be to change the fee back to the 2014 rate of $1,400 per year, and that would apply just to the food vending trucks. The other option would be that we also apply that to the mobile or the restaurants and sidewalk patios that are on city space. So the options are in the report. There's recommendations in terms of what administration would propose if you choose an option other than just to refer to the administration for review. And between myself, Mr. Lacey, and Ms. Horlock, we'll be able to answer any questions that you have specific to the report.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Councilor Madison, I need a seconder, though. Okay. Councilor O'Donnell, discussion on the report. Does anybody want to talk about this report? Councilor Flagel.
Thanks. I just want to bring up what I mentioned before, and we did quick math at exec. And the way it's sitting right now, I think we were losing somewhere in the neighborhood of $3,500 because we lost 5 licenses and only 2 paid the extra $1,680 or whatever it was. So what I would like to see is us go back to 2017 rates and get those people back, get our $3,500 or whatever it is, or $3,000, $2,500, doesn't matter. It's a small amount, and then through the winter do a review and bring it back in the spring. And if we change our mind, you know what? But at the end of the day, if we have one food truck, and good for that one food truck that's sitting on the courtyard out at in front of Victoria Park at the plaza, but there used to be 5 or 6 out there, and we're doing the residents and the neighborhoods a disservice by not having them on the plaza when we have all the space there. So that would be my recommendation, and I don't know if I need to do anything, but I mean, a few bucks here and there, $3,500 we're losing, but we're losing a lot of people not feeling good about walking in the plaza downtown, having a whatever, poutine or whatever you want to call it. And here we are sitting and we're going to debate about this and have a big discussion and big reports and all this other stuff, and it's over $3,500. So I'd say go back to 2017 rates, let them buy their licenses, run it till the end of September, and then we'll deal with it in October.
So before we go to our next speakers, thank you, Councilor Flagel. Councilor Masson, you moved the concurrence in the report. Are you moving that or receive and file? Because there's a big difference.
Bring back any changes to the 2019 budget process. Is that not what it says there?
So your proposal would actually hear then?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. That's what you moved. That's his motion. And Mike, Councilor O'Donnell, you concurred in that. So if we're going to do something different, we actually have to defeat this and move something different. Councilor Murray. Okay. Okay. Councilor Bryce?
I'm not sure what was meant by I'll wait till we'll determine what we're doing here. The motion's on the floor, so it's going to stay that way unless somebody changes it. So I just have a question for administration. So with the review and any proposed changes coming back to 2019 budget, will you be looking at having it maybe a gradual increase every year so it's not such a big one? Because I know it hadn't been changed for a long time, and then all of a sudden it's like bang. So is that something that we can look at doing gradually in the future rather than having a big increase one time every 10 years or however long it is?
Mr. Holden?
Through you, Your Worship. Again, I take you back to the fact that this was a part of the amended 2017 budget. So that was a very condensed time frame, and a number of proposals were put forward to council. And I don't think that due diligence was undertaken in terms of looking at, the impact and potentially, the phasing of a fee or an increase. It is a good example that we need to take a look at our fees and look at them on a more regular basis so that we don't end up with a significant increase. I think it's important to just remind council or advise council that on the plaza we have 7 electrified spots for food trucks. So we've had 11 permits in the peak. We had 10 last year. This year we've just had an application for the 6th one. So in terms of available food trucks on the plaza, we can have 7. So the review, we'll take it back. We'll take a look at exactly what impact this has had in terms of the number of vendors. We would do some consultation in terms of having a conversation as to the impact. The fee's gone up $280. We still have 6 vendors that have chosen to apply for a license for this year.
Thank you very much for that information, because that's a lot different than saying there's only 1 or 2 out there. So it's not that we're not having any vendors take us up on this offer, and the 6 that are out there, it's supply and demand, right? So they're the ones who are going to be making money. If other vendors want to come forward and add to it, then that's great. But I would like to see in the future, and as was said, a gradual increase to the amount rather than the big jump every X number of years. A gradual increase makes it easier for everybody. So I'll leave the motion as brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor O'Donnell?
Miss me?
Oh, go to John. I didn't push the button yet.
You didn't?
You were reading my mind, though.
It was on.
No, it's John.
I'm invisible today, aren't I?
You're on.
Well, you must be. Okay, go ahead.
I'm
Councillor Madera,
invisible.
go ahead.
Right up. I'm in the dark. Thank you, through your worship. To the administration, the trucks and carts and everything is one price, right? All the same. Everybody pays the same. If someone's on the corner of 11th and Hamilton, and that food truck is on the plaza, they pay the same.
Charlotte?
Through your worship, so mobile vending pays $16.80 per year, and then outdoor restaurants, it depends on the size and location of the patios. So for patios that are on sidewalks, the fee is 12 cents per square meter per day. For patios on metered parking stalls, the fee is $1.08 meters per squared per day, and then sidewalk vending is $16.80 as per the bylaw change.
To your worship, when you say sidewalk vending, you're talking about the hot dog cart, correct?
That's correct.
And they pay same as the truck on the plaza.
After the budget, yes, they did.
Okay. So then, to your worship, all the 6 or whoever's already on the plaza, they should have the permits. They should be paid. It's always paid for, right? So if we change anything right now, we're kind of going backwards, right? So. And then the report says just to leave it alone to the 19 budget. But what about if I see a vendor, let's say on a private property somewhere? Does he have to pay anything for that? To your worship? Let's say I see a vendor on Ross Avenue and Francis Street. He's got his truck spread out and he's doing his business there.
Mr. Walden?
So through your worship, there's a number of suppliers or vendors that go onto private property with their food truck and serve, soup, sandwiches, coffee. That's done on private property. That's not something that we have direct control over.
Okay. All right. That's what it is, same thing, hot dog stand.
Councillor Bresciani?
Sorry, just to clarify, Your Worship. So when we're talking about the little hot dog stand, it's the similar as they pay the same amount of that, whatever it is, as the big vending truck?
Mr. Holden?
Yeah, through your worship, when we made this change, they're now paying the same as the food trucks. So yes, they're paying the annual permit fee of $16.80. And we've seen no reduction and no impact in terms of concern from those vendors.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, and what were the hot dog stands paying before this was implemented?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, they were paying $500.
500, okay. Okay. And so, just to be clear, in the report, it has that Saskatoon pays 500 for their mobile trucks. Food truck license fee is 500. Has
Mr. Holden?
Saskatoon?
Yeah, through your worship, Saskatoon, their structure is different than ours, but at the end of the day, the report on page 4,
1,800.
they pay $1,877.50 would be the equivalent to the $1,680, and the difference is that fee does not include access to power.
Okay.
So Saskatoon is slightly higher than Regina.
Okay. So I think that's one of the other things that we should look at in this report when we bring it back, is that I think it was Councillor Fundura said it's kind of like a mad grab, whoever gets to these things first and gets the spots, and there's some spots that are better than others. And I think if you're using electrical, that is different. If you've got your own, whatever, it's a machine inside that does it, you don't have to use any electrical. So all those things will be taken into consideration. Is that accurate in a report?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, so our policy outlines that it's first come, first serve. And, the vendors seem to self-manage that. There's days when you'll go out and you'll see only one food truck. There's 6 licenses. There's other days when you will see all 6 out there. But they seem to self-manage and govern that. In terms of the access to power, we've incorporated that as a part of the permit fee.
Okay.
So what we're saying is that we're going to take it away. We'll have a conversation with the folks that are paying this fee on an annual basis, and we'll see if there's a change required, that we would bring that as a part of 2019 budget.
Okay, that's good. And then one last question. So in regards to the hot dog guys and then the trucks, have we seen a reduction in the hot dog carts? No, they've stayed and remained the same. Okay.
Through your worship,
Mr.
yes,
Holden?
we see no reduction in terms of the uptake on permits for the hot dog.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bashani. Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. This question with the city manager. What does it cost the city to earn this pittance for the temporary street use permit program?
Holden?
Through your worship, so you're asking us the administrative cost?
Yes.
So really, it's a matter of, we have a policy in place. People come, they apply for their permit, they remit their fee. So really, it's a negligible cost in terms of what our cost is to administer this.
That's apart from the cost of the council time that we spend discussing this.
Enough. Other questions on the report? Okay, so the motion is to approve the recommendations as put forward. All those in favor? Do that again, please. All in favor? Motion's agreed to. Okay. As opposed, so you're for and against at the same time. Opposed? You voted for it, then you vote for it? Okay. Okay. Community Protective Services Committee, Councillor Flagel, on the strategic parking improvements modernization.
Thanks. Rise in support of CR 18-64, and it's the recommended the transfer of $50,000 from the downtown deferred revenue account to develop a detailed design to upgrade parking infrastructure in the downtown core, with consideration of design, phasing, and funding options to be included in the development of the 2019 proposed budget. We recommend a concurrence.
A second for that, please. Councillor Stevens.
This is to look at automation in the downtown and allow the staff to go and verify where it is best suited that we, whether we put credit card meters, boxes, ticket licensing, however we want to do this, and they can go around and look at it. And Mr. Kaleem with the parking enforcement will be the guy walking around and hand picking every. No, I'm kidding. But it's one of these types of things that we kind of have an idea of the structure that we need. We just need to implement a tactical way of putting it on a report so that council can look at it and decide which is the best recommendation. I'm sure they'll bring us 2 or 3 different ones. See it in many different cities around Canada. You go in and you put your credit card in, put your license plate in, say you want an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, and then away you go and put the sticker back on your windshield. So there's lots of variables that this can be, and it may be for naught because it may not be right for Saskatchewan or Regina. So we'll see what happens. And it's just a recommendation, and then hopefully Mr. Onright and his team can bring it back to us before the 2019 budget, I'm assuming. Do we know when this could be done and if all goes through?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, so the first part of the recommendation is the 50,000 coming from the DDRA. That we're recommending go through the 2019 budget process. The reason the recommendation is to take that money out of the DDRA is, as Mr. Sale had explained at Community and Protective Services, that is one of the key uses of that funding. This is not a joint venture with RD Bid. This would be the city taking on this work, hiring a consultant. As Councillor Flegel has pointed out, this is about reviewing the infrastructure, parking infrastructure requirements in the downtown area to make sure when we do go forward with a recommendation to council regarding funding and the work that would actually have to be undertaken, that we get this right. And we currently do not have the expertise in-house nor the resources to be able to conduct this work. The second part of the recommendation coming out of Community and Protective Services is to move forward with the pay-by-phone application. There is no charge for the capital on this project, but there is ongoing operating expense of approximately $100,000 a year. There's lots of discussion at Community and Protective Services regarding item number 2. If it was to come forward before the end of the year, implementation would be in the first quarter of 2019.
Perfect. That's all I needed. Recommend concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Councillor O'Donnell.
Question about phone app and what it can possibly do. Is there an appetite, or is it part of the process that part of that phone application that you can locate parking spots in the downtown?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Kaleem to comment.
Mr. Kaleem?
Through your worship, that is a capability with a system such as this. I honestly don't anticipate the application having the ability to find a free parking spot downtown. That would be future work that we would be able to build on after this was implemented.
Okay, thanks. From some other discussions I had, I know that those applications exist, and I know that it requires something to be attached to something. And I don't mean to be real technical, but whether it's on the post or whether it's in the ground or whether it's on the sidewalk. But it's one of those things, as we've oft talked about, people circling and circling. That would eliminate that whole thing. I think it would take away that argument. So when this comes back, honestly, it's one of the things they'll be asking about. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report? I have a couple questions. I'm just wondering, I didn't get a sense of whether we looked at any other technology that other cities use, if this is the right technology, this is the right approach. Do we have a sense of where cities are going now and in the future? Is it in this way or some other way? Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, just so I understand, you're referring to the pay-by-phone?
No, other technologies. I mean, we have one cities that, for instance, have pay stations, whether that's the right one to do or not. Just other ways to pay for parking than just pay by phone. So,
through your worship, through the consulting work that would be done on the infrastructure, that would come in the report following.
Okay.
There are many different systems. Saskatoon is a great example. We've had some conversations with Saskatoon, but I think as you go to each municipality, depending on the need and the makeup of the concentrated areas, that's why we're recommending using a consultant to do this work to make sure that we get that part right.
That's good. Thank you for that. Other questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Executive Committee reports, Buffalo Pond Water Treatment Plant Annual Report. Councillor Flagel. You're on. You're on. Oh, shows you're on here.
There we go. Perfect, thanks. CR 18-65, Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Plant Corporation 2017 Annual Report. Mr. Johnson is here for questions. He's been waiting 4.5 hours roughly.
Well, let's put him to the test then.
And he's probably forgotten all the answers already. But that the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation Annual Report attaches Appendix A and 2018 capital and operating budget as Appendix B be forwarded to Council for information. And again, it's just their annual budget, and Mr. Johnson is available for questions but all is concurrence for now. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I actually you moved it. We didn't get a seconder. Oh. Councillor Flagel, okay. Councillor Fundera, okay. Yeah. Now, do we want to have the general manager come down here for answers to questions?
We have questions.
We do? Yes, so you come down then if you wouldn't mind. And introduce yourself for the record. And I don't know if you have a presentation as much as just to answer questions. The next speaker is Councillor O'Donnell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ryan Johnson, General Manager.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Thanks for your patience. I want to make sure you get a chance to say a few things. One, could you tell me a little bit about quality of water that you're producing at the plant, maybe how it compares to other provinces?
Okay. The Buffalo Pond Water Treatment Plant has been meeting and exceeding most provincial regulations since it was in operation. So the water we produce is top quality. We have been in a couple of different events in the last several years, and we've won 2 of the competitions for best tasting water in Western Canada, which means Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. So just to put in perspective, that is good news for us to take top tier in 2 of those competitions over the last 4 years.
Thank you and congratulations. You talk a little bit about water supply, please.
So the water is supplied through South Saskatchewan River to Lake Diefenbaker, and from Lake Diefenbaker to the Buffalo Pound Lake through the Upper Capel system. The province looks after, through a mandate, to maintain water quantity. So the Upper Capel system is maintained, and they've been doing a lot of taking a lot of the bottlenecks out of the channel. They take out a lot of the weeds and things like that, and the silt that has occurred over a number of years. So they've been doing that to ensure that they can get water through the channel, which they can. So we have no problem meeting, quantity demands, and the province always keeps the lake at a full service level. So there's no issues with having the quantity of water that we need.
Good, I appreciate that. And can you confirm for me, is there not agreements for water flowing from BC through Alberta to Saskatchewan that allows us to keep that level? Am I accurate when I say that?
I can't speak to interprovincial agreements. That's a Water Security Agency issue. But what I can say is we do meet with Water Security Agency on a regular basis, and they have no concerns with us having water in the next 25 years and even longer. So they maintain their models and they do reviews of that, and we're in good shape for at least the next 25 years.
Perfect. Last question. We share the plant that you operate for us, thank you, with Moose Jaw. How's that relationship going among the 3 of us?
The relationship is very strong between the cities. Again, we have a major capital project upcoming, and we're working with coordination with the 3 city administrations and eventually the 2 political councils in order to make the project come to fruition. But we're seeing no problems with the councils of either cities or administrations in making this happen.
Thanks for your efforts on our behalf.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Fundera.
Thank you. 10 o'clock. To your worship, a couple years ago we had a little issue producing water because of our shallow Buffalo Pound, whatever, 5 meter deep, all the funny things. Going forward, what are we doing to making sure we don't find ourselves in that situation where we were before, through your worship?
Okay. Thank you, through your worship. So through the plant renewal project, we are looking at changing out some of our treatment processes so they're more robust, so they can handle a change in thermal currents, so that we won't have the same types of problems that happened in 2015. There's many assets within the plant that are at end of life, and this also gives us an opportunity to change out some of the technology to be give us a little more robustness in our processes. So that's what our plan is, to address that. We've done some minor things as well, some tweaking that we've done that will give us a little better capacity during those events. But the real solution is change out our actual treatment process itself.
Okay, through your worship. So then, just so I'm clear, you have conversations always with the water security province, making sure, because what helped us, I believe, was the spilling over from Diefenbaker to clear out, kind of flushing out our Buffalo Pound. That's an ongoing, it's an expensive venture, but is that an ongoing thing, to making sure? Because you mentioned about 25 years on beyond, we'll have no problem.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the way the province manages the lake levels, they manage it based on quantity and full service level. And they also manage the lower lakes, the fishing lakes in the Cabell system. So the province will always ensure there's water to meet those demands, but when it comes to quality, that's not something that they're overly concerned with. And we've been meeting with them, trying to reinforce that we'd like to see them change that position. But with that said, because 2017 was a very dry year and is a record water sales for the plant, the water in the lake had changed out, and we started noticing in late 2016 that the water quality itself is actually improving, because most of the water was coming in from Lake Diefenbaker. So dry, hot weather is actually better for the plant when it comes to the quality of the water that we're getting, which reduces chemical costs and reduces things like trihalmethanes and other residuals, things like that. Where in a very wet year, where there isn't a lot of water put through the watershed, as well as runoff that goes into the lake itself, does not help us. So,
okay, to your worship, and you mentioned kind of cut it a little bit. You have to buy water, and I think our citizens, probably most of them a lot of them don't understand when it comes to the end user of what you would pay. When you say buying water, is that a stable commodity that, or province or the water authorities moving things up and down for what it costs us?
Actually, as a government or pseudo-government organization, we don't actually pay for water, where the commercial customers do pay for water. They pay a bulk rate, and then they pay for whatever treatment or delivery charges they need. Our water, for now, is free of charge, so our costs are all input costs.
Okay, so I want to make sure that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bandera. Other questions? I have a couple of ones. I wanted to just go back to Executive Committee. We spoke about the future of the plant and the investments that are required by the partners, the City of Regina, Moose Jaw, and others actually who use the facility, about looking at whether we will rebuild or refurbish or brand new build for the water treatment plant. Just your comments on where we're at with the project and when we think we'll be ready to move forward with an application for federal and provincial funding, and what the cost might be.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. The plant renewal project is what we're titling right now. It's a project that we finished a business case in the middle of 2017, and the business case looked at 17 options for the plant, such as building a new plant at Diefenbaker, or building a new plant and building a new pipeline from Diefenbaker. There was a whole bunch of things we looked at. At the end of the day, we found the two options were the most economically viable in a life cycle cost analysis. And what we thought was slightly surprising was when you look at life cycle cost, fixing the old plant and expanding it for future capacity was almost the same, or within $20 million on about $500 million 25-year life, as a brand new plant. So now what we're doing is we're going through a process of doing an RFQ to select 3 design teams, which will be design consultants with contractors to help steer us to the right answer. And we know the right solution will be a combination of new and rehabilitation. We just don't know if it's a 60-40 and which way it's 60 and which way it's 40. but we're going to let the industry with their best expertise drive that process. So what we've done to date is we've hired an owner's advocate who's an engineering consultant who looks out for our best interest to help us guide us through the process. We just awarded or will be shortly awarding our legal advisor because, again, this type of project, we need to have legal counsel on the project. We are now working with the two city administrations to talk about the financing strategy and sort of our touch points with city councils and city administrations through our roadmap to determine what our next, when we have to come for council and actually ask for formal approvals for financing. Because again, within the corporation, the board can do a lot of things, but we cannot borrow money without the approval of the cities. And of course, there's things like the timing of cash flow. So we're working with the administrations to determine what's the best cash flow, and we may delay certain aspects of the project 6 months or a year to make it work. So overall, our present value cost is around $500 million, whether we go brand new or a renovation with an expansion. But out of pocket, we're somewhere between $127 million and $224 million. And through the design process, we'll actually get to a GMP by the end of 2020. So within the next year and a half, we'll have a pretty good idea or within the next 2 years, we'll have a pretty good idea what that cost will be to the point where it's a guaranteed maximum price.
So the range of this, as I understand what you just said, was anywhere between like
27
million to 500 million?
224 million.
224 million.
Yes.
Depending upon the design that takes place. And that'll be done because after the RFQ goes out, request for qualifications, will go out for a design or several designs to meet the requirements as set out by the board.
Correct. There's a step I forgot to mention. So once we do the RFQ processes, we'll narrow down to 3 teams. We'll let the 3 teams take it from a 5% design to a 30% design. At that point, we'll pick 1 team, and there'll be what we call a request for proposal. We'll define how we score these so we know which team will have. We'll score the 3 teams, and we'll give points, and the one with the most points gets the RFP. So then from that stage, we'll give them a year to go from 30% design to a 60% design, where we'll be asking for what we call a guaranteed maximum price. At that point, then there'll be certainty in our cost estimates because we'll know exactly what we're getting if it's 60% new, 40% renovation, and we'll actually have an actual dollar value. At that point, that's when we will want to lock in financing and proceed with that aspect.
That's good. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate that. Other questions? Thank you very much. Now we'll continue on with the report itself. So other comments or questions on the report? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The citizen appointment for the Regina Planning Commission. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. I rise in support of CR 18-66, and it's the appointment of that Celeste York be appointed to the Regina Planning Commission for a term effective July 1st, 2018 to December 31st, 2020, or until the successor is appointed. The member be appointed to the commission to continue to hold an office for a term indicated or until their successor is appointed. Someone had to leave city, and if I could get a seconder.
Seconder for that, please. Councillor Hawkins.
This is just in keeping with the mix of citizens and councillors on the Regina Planning Commission, and someone had to step away due to job. Otherwise, this appointment wouldn't be necessary. But at this point, we've allowed Celeste York to be appointed. So we move concurrence.
Any discussion on that? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The Mayor's Housing Commission, report 67. Councillor Flake, if you could take the chair, please. This is a report that relates to the city's role in homelessness. If I could have a seconder for that, please.
Councillor Brashear.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I just want to briefly go over the report. I know we've all read this, and this is a report that really is talking about the spelling out the impact the city of Regina will have, or its role in homelessness. This is part of the homelessness partnering strategy and the plan to end homelessness. We are now in the middle of a consultant's report that will talk about homelessness in our community. A report being done by September of this year. It's important that City Council express its and carve out its role in homelessness, not to exceed or be blurry in terms of what we actually do. So the report talks about our role from the beginning of since we had the plan to end homelessness back in 2014 up to today, and I reference pages 3 and 4, and going further with respect to our membership on the CAB, or the main body that looks at homelessness for the city. We are involved with the cold weather strategy, which is a key element over the past several years. The funds that we use for the community investment grants program, a comprehensive housing strategy, as well as our incentive policy. It references Regina Police Service and other agencies, but this is really indicating that the impetus and responsibility for homelessness rests primarily with the federal government and the province, and that we set the tone and can piggyback some of their programs in a modest way with respect to capital grants and exemptions. So this report that was looked at by the Housing Commission on June 18th sets out what that role is going to be, and it's important as we move forward on the report to end homelessness, that actually will be discussed later this week at Thursday with a committee decision on which model we want to use, and then it will be made public formally in September. So this simply is a way to carve out our role and responsibility, the traditional role we can and can't do, and it's important we set that stage. That discussion has happened fairly frequently with members of the commission, or the committee that's doing this review, as to what our roles are going to be and not to exceed expectations financially or by jurisdiction. There's a fair amount of resources coming from the federal government from its national housing strategy. They have just recently loosened some of the decision-making processes of money that comes forward from the federal government for local unique circumstances. The province has yet to be engaged in any meaningful way, and hopefully will be. They retain both the jurisdiction and have had responsibility given to them by the federal government for delivering homelessness and answering that question. So I'm asking for council support to have this carved out, as I say, to say this is what our responsibilities and our role is in housing. So when we go forward this week and into the fall, that there's no misunderstandings of the role that we play in housing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Councilor Bershani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support this, but one of the things that, and we did talk about this earlier on, we do need, it is a partnership, looking after the homeless, building a strategy. It is, we come together as key partners, and that would be federal, provincial, and municipal. And so, we've talked about homelessness since I've been on council, and we've talked about engaging the provincial government to do something. So I guess I'm going to ask if there's an opportunity to meet with caucus at any time and put this on the list. This is a priority for us to come to the table, and that a letter be written as well in this regard as well, that we are looking to have the discussion as to where the province sits with homelessness.
I can speak to that to a limited degree, Councilor Bershani. I've met with caucus members in Regina and cabinet ministers, and strongly recommend that we meet, and they suggest early in the fall would be the best time to do that. And the issue I spoke with the minister was on homelessness, and she agrees very much that we need to have that conversation, and so that will happen. And I think that's an important element as the committee itself begins to lobby and speak to both the federal government and the province of their responsibility. It's also incumbent upon us as council to meet with their caucus, and that is being set up for September.
Okay, good. Thank you for that.
Councilor Flagel.
Thanks. This week I was at Souls Harbor Mission, and they were sort of a halfway announcement that Mosaic had come up with a bunch of cash for them for finishing up their building. They're about halfway done, and it should be ready to move in by January of 2019 is what I'm told, maybe even a little sooner. But when we put in $340,000, I mean, that's a significant amount of money that we go and put towards homelessness. But we've also done Halifax Holding, 2 buildings. We've helped out Carmichael. I haven't heard much about Carmichael, but when you talk about Souls Harbor at 17 plus 30 night beds or whatever they have as just go in and pay $10. What kind of an impact does, even if I just talk about those 3 different places, does that have on our homelessness? Because we could be talking 50 to 60 to 70 rooms for homeless people, and yet we're saying the numbers aren't changing, or we've heard from the last walkabout that the numbers haven't changed. Or have they? I don't know. What's administration? Have we got any other insight as to the verbal that we got from the walkabout 2 or 3 months ago?
Ms. Howard?
It's you, Mayor. The second point in time count that was done, I don't believe we have the final results. There was some anecdotal information that was out in the Leader Post, some guesses, but we don't have the final numbers yet. So at this point, until we get all of that, I think it would be premature.
Do we have an idea when that might come about? Before the end of the year? Or?
Oh, yes, that would be before the end of the year.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, well, I mean, it's July almost, so I'm just checking.
Yeah, and then in the mayor's housing, or every year that we report back on our housing strategy and the report year in review, and I believe that was sent 2 months ago, I believe, to council with all of the stats on the program and who we funded and the number of different unit types that we've supported through our grant program.
Just wondering through this report and everything, and we always talk about homelessness, but what about food services and everything for the homeless? Are we keeping up? Or is the provincial and federal government part of that? Because the homeless people, obviously, if they have no money for homes to be able to find a small apartment, chances are they're having trouble getting a daily service of food too. So do we weigh that into the fact of homelessness, or are we just talking room and board?
Well, I think if I might, I'll get Ms. Carlick to answer in just a moment to supplement this. We do provide help to Carmichael Outreach and Souls Harbor as one example where they actually will feed people. That's right. Particularly Carmichael, that's one of the major things that they do. People at risk that may be homeless or at risk of being homeless are dealt with that group and others as well.
Right.
But the initiative we're speaking of here, we talk about homelessness as functional zero, which is the report coming to us, is to solidify and provide balance for the individual for housing first.
Exactly.
Then they get the wraparound services from there versus the other way around. And this is where it's so important for, beyond the capital of building new units for accommodation, is that the province and federal government, particularly the province, provides those wraparound services from social services, health, mental health addiction, those kinds of issues. So this is the way to actually give support for the individual, to provide more effective service, and hopefully get them off the street.
Good. No, that's all I wanted to know. Just so, I mean, we're not forgetting about the people that maybe have a place to live, but they still need all the other services too. So
certainly do. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Flego. Other discussion on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. On to bi-weekly garbage curbside collection. Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. I move CR 18-68, which is the bi-weekly curbside garbage collection, the pilot
Seconder
project.
for that, please. Councilor Barshani.
I'm just going to quickly read through the recommendations. So number 1, that City Council approve an annual bi-weekly curbside garbage collection schedule from the start of November through to the end of March, with a return to weekly schedule for the 3-week period extending from the end of December to the beginning of January. Number 2, that City Council approve amending the Waste Management Bylaw 2012, number 2012-63, to allow property owners to apply to the City of Regina for additional garbage services as identified in this report, which generally is as follows. Primary customers or co-applicants of designated properties who require additional garbage cart may request one from the city and pay an annual fee for the additional cart and be billed on their utility bill. The annual fee will be $156.95 a year, or 43 cents a day, for a 360-liter cart, or $116.80 per year, or 32 cents a day, for a 240-liter cart, and that the city solicitor be instructed to prepare and bring forward the necessary amendments to the waste bylaw. So we talked about this at Public Works. Last year when we first brought it forward with the biweekly, we had a little bit of a rough start, but I think that we had community buy-in. The people that we didn't have community buy-in were the ones who needed, who said they had too much garbage for the bin. Our city services worked with some of those people to actually have them recycle more and go through and teach them how to recycle. And the ones who genuinely needed a second bin will actually be able to do that this year. So that's why this was added to it. So hopefully it will help alleviate some of the roughness that we had last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Are there any discussion on the report? Any further discussion? Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Just looking at number 2A. So what is the resident being charged today, whether they have a big bucket or a small bucket?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, it's paid through property tax.
So I couldn't hear what
Through
you
your
said.
worship, it's paid for through property tax?
So it's paid through property tax. So now we're going to change that?
No, this
For the additional one.
This would be the charge for an additional
An
bin.
additional one. Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood that. And is it right to charge different sizes? I mean, because now we're going to start having garbage wars among residents, and I don't know. I see a little bit of a hornet's nest going on here because everybody's going to have that extra bin, and everybody's going to run to it. It's like putting the Loris bin at the end of a block for construction, and everybody throws their cardboard boxes and everything in there. Is somebody else doing this? That we're going against this, or are we piloting this ourselves? Another city doing this?
Through your worship, I'll have Ms. Legault answer as well. I can tell you that Saskatoon has just approved pay-as-you-throw system at their city council meeting. But I'll ask Ms. Legault if there's anything with additional carts in other municipalities.
Ms. Legault?
Through you, your worship, Saskatoon has had a option for residents to acquire an additional cart for garbage. And they've been doing this quite successfully for a number of years. The uptake on that was about 400 to 500 homes only. Their fee is substantially more than what we're proposing through this report. Mm-hmm. Also, just in the vicinity, Pilot Butte also offers an option for an additional garbage and an additional recycling cart at a fee that is charged on the utility bill.
Okay. So if we factored in, if we took it through our taxes, what would we assess to be a garbage fee based on taxes? $90, $100 out of those property taxes?
Ms. Gizmo?
Today, without this.
Through your worship, I couldn't really say what is budget for solid waste collection, for garbage collection, is 8.9 million. Sorry, 8.9 million in the budget for solid waste collection, but that's paid for by all property owners. So if you're a business and don't receive the collection service, you're paying for it.
Yeah. Condo
so
owners
it's paid
pay
for a broader base than who actually receives the service.
Condo owners as well?
Yes.
Pay that fee? Okay. The reason I'm bringing this up, and because I'm hearing, sometimes we like what Saskatoon's doing, so we take that. And then the next time, we don't want to hear nothing about any other cities. So I'm hearing always different things. And today we like Saskatoon and we're going to do it a little bit better. But earlier today, it was said that we don't want to use Saskatoon, but because it didn't seem to work right. But I think we got to be careful, and this is a slippery slope. I think we're falling into, we're going to fall into problems where if somebody else has a second bin and it gets loaded up, you're going to see garbage because that guy's going to go, hey, that's not my garbage. It's going on the street. So I'd be a little leery about this one. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Other questions or comments? Councillor Fundura.
Your Worship. Now, I know that like home-based daycares and all that they were asking about, they do pay. We give a license to operate, and they're paying a tax, and they're asking that we should be providing the service. And I know that the discussion was before that it comes different if they need another bucket. So where did this came from? I know you had the discussion with residents and the surveys and all that. Where did this came from? Where people are asking to pay for an additional? I mean, is there something that's just coming from the administration, or did we hear it out there that people want an extra bin that they were willing to pay for it?
Through your worship, when we conducted the pilot, we did surveys and we looked at service requests that we received during the period of pilot, and the need for additional bin was probably the most prominent thing that came through, but just really for a small number or small sector of the population. Many of the people that replied to the survey felt they could adapt to the biweekly garbage collection. If there was an issue for anyone, it was a need for an additional bin for some families.
Okay, to your worship, for me to look at this, I'm looking at we're going to recycle less now all of a sudden because that we're going to recycle less. Because I'm looking at this as additional. I know it's not that we're going to deliver to everyone, but let's say 40% of Reginans decide they're going to get a brown bin, and we're actually our diversion is not going to improve on this point. So I don't think I'm too crazy about bringing this in to say that if you want another bin or bigger bin, we are diverting back from what we started in 2013 about recycling and having a fee. So I'm not quite sold on this is going to work. Residents still say I'm paying taxes. If I need another bin, I should be able to get one without paying a fee to it. So I'm having the struggles with. I mean, I have no problem with what's here on 1 and 2, but the A, I'm having problems with that. So I'm not sure. I'm just going to sit down for a second. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Other questions? I have a couple questions, and just in relation to how we're setting the fee for both sides, both the 240 liter and the 360 liter. Does this mirror the cost of providing service on a household basis?
Through your worship, I'm going to have Ms. Legault help describe how the fees were established.
Ms. Legault?
Your worship, the fees are set based on strictly a cost recovery. Because this is an additional bin and the truck is already in the area, what the resident would be paying for is the cost of the actual cart and also the additional volume that's going to the landfill that's subject to landfill fees.
So I think this question has been asked, but I'm not sure. What does it cost today for garbage pickup per household?
Through you, your worship, it's difficult to actually calculate the actual cost based on the collection, the equipment needed, as well as the tipping fee. And as Ms. Gizmo said earlier, the total cost of garbage collection that is, the total budget for that service is $8.9 million. It is shared amongst all taxpayers. So to give a per household number by just taking the number of households that receive the collection and the total cost would be, it would be a number that doesn't reflect the actual cost per household, but a cost that is actually spread over all taxpayers. What I can tell you is the cost would be more than this for the cost per household, because we would have to build in the actual cost of the truck going to your house, and that is what's not reflected in the cost of the additional cart.
Yeah, I'm not so much interested in the additional carts right now. It's the cost of garbage pickup. I believe there's a referral from the committee to a report coming in October that's going to tell us what the actual cost of garbage collection per place where garbage is picked up, condos, single-family dwellings, those kinds of things. Will that be, by that time, will we have a number as to what it actually costs every individual? Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, that's actually for a separate report.
That's what I just said, in October.
And yes, when we bring that report forward, we will identify the cost of garbage service per household.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bashani.
Thank you, Worship. One of the concerns that I have with adding a second cart, and I understand there's large families that maybe struggle with it, but one of the concerns is that I feel like we're going backwards. We've promoted on the one cart to try and divert, some of the recycles, and now we're going back to add a second cart for people who decide they don't want to try and divert or can't or have a large family. I would rather see us, instead of doing that, I would rather see us looking at the brown cart for like the organics, and then at least that gives another cart for the purpose of reducing the waste rather than just adding it to garbage. Was that considered at all?
Ms. Gizmo?
Through your worship, we currently do not have an organics program, which was actually referred to as a green cart program. We are bringing a report forward in September of this year that will look at options for an organics program, and pending on decisions made through that report, could move forward with a program, but it will be a number of months or years before that can be fully implemented. So until that's in place, we believe, based on the feedback we heard, there are residents that feel they would need still to have an additional garbage or brown cart to accommodate their needs.
Okay. And just one last question to you, Your Worship. Are these large families that just can't do it? Is that what it is? Are they large families that have, 6, 7 kids, or is it just people choose that?
Through your worship, I think we've heard a mix. I mean, certainly there are some large families out there that it is more challenging for to do with one cart. I think there are examples, as Councillor Fundora used, where there are home-based businesses that rely on more or generate more garbage. I'll ask Ms. Legault to respond to what they found through the survey and maybe some general feedback we received through service requests.
Ms. Legault?
Your Worship, with regards to the biweekly collection, the survey, the public engagement survey, that over 12,000, we received over 12,000 responses. The largest concern that people had that did have concerns, only 44% of the respondents felt that they had a concern over the biweekly schedule. And of that 44%, 70% said they still found that it was difficult to put all their waste into the cart and be only collected once every 2 weeks. So the idea of bringing forward or putting forward an additional cart is not an unusual remedy in any municipality across the country to allow those that still cannot manage their waste volumes over a 2-week period with one cart, and that's why it was brought forward. What we found was that people were pleasantly surprised with their ability to be able to manage their waste. Typically, waste drops by 30% during the winter months, and the carts have been about 69% full. So by providing weekly garbage collection through the winter, for the most part, we were over-servicing. We didn't require that. But there are those that, whether they be large families, but in most cases it was home-based businesses that were relying on the city's residential program for their garbage. And so this was the mitigator for us that we're offering up to have the additional cart, but also to reflect to the resident or to the business owner that there is a cost associated with generating more garbage, and it incents people to actually recycle more.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Brashani. Other speakers? You've already spoken, haven't you? Can't speak twice on the same report. That's a point of order. You can ask that question, but you can't speak on it. You have a point of order?
If we could, through your worship,
It's not a point of order.
separate the voting for one and voting for two.
Okay. Okay. That's been requested, but we can do that. Councillor Bryce, to close debate, though?
Thank you. I have a different take on it than some previous councillors. I look at it, the city took the surveys that we got, the information from the residents, what they were unhappy about it, and added that in so that people weren't unhappy. So here we have a choice for people to actually have that second bin so that they can have capacity if they so need it, but knowing that they have to pay for it. That sometimes changes people's behavior as well. So I'm going to ask a question through administration. We heard somebody talk about garbage wars. Did we have any garbage type wars during the pilot project? Through you, Your Worship.
Through Your Worship, nothing that I was aware of. I'll check with Ms. Legault if there's anything that came to their attention.
Okay.
Ms. Legault?
Through you, Your Worship, no, there were no garbage wars. We anticipated a number of situations that could occur prior to the pilot beginning, one being garbage wars, and also we looked at illegal dumping as well. And we found that illegal dumping did not increase during the biweekly pilot period. And we had, what we saw through service requests was cooperation amongst neighbors who, if they needed some capacity, went to their neighbor and asked. So we were actually very pleased with the results with the pilot project.
Thank you. Because that was a fear of some people, and they also had fears of people taking it to the Loris bins and dumping it in there. So we did have a discussion about that at Public Works and found that it didn't happen. So we were happy to hear that. I just think this gives an option to people who have that garbage that they found too much for every second week, and I think it allows them to actually have that extra bin, and that's what the people of Regina wanted when we asked them in a survey. So I think we're giving people what they wanted, and that's ideally what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. You closed debate on the issue, so the request has been made to split the vote, so we'll do that. Recommendation number 1, then number 2. So I'll go for the first recommendation. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is carried. Second recommendation. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is carried. Pardon me? Oh, number 3 as well. That goes without saying, I guess. Yes, number 3. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay. So the next report you're on. Let's see here. This report, information report 18-9, Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, Waste Plan Regina.
Thank you. I move IR 18-9. I just want to make a note for the city clerk. Just Councillor Brasciani's first name is spelt wrong in the Public Works reports, so if we could just correct that, that would be great. So,
seconder for the report, Councillor Messinelli.
Thank you. So I move receive and file. From this is the Waste Plan Regina 2017 update. One of the key points that I wanted to point out to everyone is in the conclusion portion where it says, since the implementation of the Waste Plan Regina residents have reduced the total number of total amount of waste they generate each year. The amount of garbage disposed at the landfill has decreased by 15% since 2012, so that's excellent. In 2017, residents diverted 18% of residential waste from the landfill through services provided by the City of Regina, such as the Blue Cart recycling program, landfill diversion, and recycling depots. I just wanted to make note of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Any comments or questions on the report? Does the administration have any additional comments on the update? Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. Waste Plan Regina. Is this the study that we're looking at doing for the rest of the year, or is this just an update of what happened in the last year?
General update from what happened last year. Ms. Gizmo?
Yes, through your worship, this is the annual update. Waste Plan Regina is the name or the plan that was adopted by council a number of years ago.
So is this, there was no report, what happened to the report that was to come forward at Works and Utilities about the waste study?
Ms. Gizmo?
This was not part of that?
So, through your worship,
Ms. Gizmo?
I think you're referring to the one on the fee structure, the fee proposal.
Right.
It was referred back at Public Works Committee and to return to Public Works in October.
In October. Okay, I just wanted to clarify. So this isn't part of that?
This is the annual update
Okay,
that we bring
that's
each
why I
year.
just wanted to clarify. I'll wait for that report in October. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. I'll call the question if there's no other. Oh. Councillor Massanelli.
Just going over the statistics, and I notice here that the total tons diverted is equivalent to approximately 255,700 professional football linebackers. I want to verify the fact, and is that CFL or NFL?
It's been a long night, Councillor Massanelli. I appreciate that. On that note, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have a motion on the Community Investment Grants Program Inflation Indexing. Councillor Stevens.
All right, wake up, Andrew. You can do this. A little bit more time left. Thank you very much. Could I get a seconder for this motion, please?
Seconder, please.
Awesome.
Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. So this motion was motivated by conversations, I'd say, over the last 2 years with community-based organizations that have been recipients of community grants as well as community associations. And I think what's important to mention here is the long list of applicants. In fact, we've seen this number grow from 140 to 165 since 2013, provide, I would argue, essential public services in our community. And if we see it through the lens of a return on investment, they offer services that other municipalities may or may not offer, providing a serious cost savings for the municipality, while enhancing civic engagement and participation. And I just want to give a bit of a highlight here. Currently, the budget for the investment grants program is $3.45 million. That money really hasn't increased all that much since 2010, and it certainly hasn't kept up with need. And we might see this as no matter how much money you put in here, there's always going to be more organizations coming forward. However, the fact of the matter is, these organizations are accomplishing what we've envisioned in our vision statement. Earlier, we saw the Mayor's Housing Commission report highlight a handful of organizations through the grant initiative that contribute to our objective to address homelessness and craft an action plan. I think the grant also provides a very well-rounded approach to dealing with enriching our city. 3 pillars: culture, sport and recreation, social development. What I might add here is if you look at every single one of these pillars, we see a commitment to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action. So not only is it providing some of the bread and butter issues related to sport and recreation, TRC recommendations at the same time, addressing the needs of newcomers, cultural heritage, hunger, food, homelessness, as I mentioned, as well as to really enhance city space. My understanding here is that the grants initiative follows this vision of improving quality of life and contribute to achieving Regina's vision and its mission, community impact, and respond to community needs. if we look at some of the data highlights, the information package I have here is a few years old, but I think it still holds true. Hundreds of organizations, not-for-profits, 32,000 volunteers, 199,000 hours of programs, and 1.8 million participants involved. Again, an incredible investment in all of these three different pillars. I'm going to ask administration a couple of questions, and I guess the thrust of the motion here is to address both the growing need, how the Community Grants Initiative meets our social objectives, and to provide some sustainability and predictability in funding and revenue for the grants initiative. And that's where I'm getting the inflation indexing. We can have a conversation about why inflation, it simply provides a benchmark, and had this been in place since 2010, I think the compounding effect would have actually been quite significant. We could have done even more, accomplished more objectives. I would like to ask administration if you could provide an overview of the three investment grant programs and the objectives that they fulfill.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Shaley to comment.
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, your worship, as Councillor Stevens has mentioned, the grants program is designed to support nonprofit organizations that work in alignment with city goals and objectives. The three streams of funding are social development, cultural development, and sport and recreation. Within each of those three streams, there's three types of funding that an organization can apply for. The first is community partner funding, which is core funding for those organizations that play the most unique and strategic roles within their sectors, also have the highest alignment with city priorities. So examples of organizations that get core funding would be cultural institutions like museums and galleries, community associations, some social development organizations like Mobile Crisis, Regina Education and Action on Child Hunger Circle Project. Those are a few examples. The second type of funding is our annual activity funding, which is intended to support activities that occur year after year. Organizations can apply for a maximum of $30,000 per program or event in that category. Examples of annual programs we fund would be Street Culture or Rainbow Youth, which are organizations that focus on services for youth in the inner city. Another example would be the Regina Immigrant Women's Center. That's an organization that focuses on services around education related to safety for immigrant women. In terms of cultural annual activities, the Cathedral Village Arts Festival, Queer City Cinema, those are just a few examples. The third kind of funding is new initiative funding, which would include small capital projects, programs that are designed to meet emerging community needs. An example, in 2018, we funded the Saskatchewan Cultural Exchange Society. That's a venue located in the Warehouse District that is producing events to showcase emerging Regina artists. So those are some of the examples. Each of those streams is adjudicated by a committee of subject matter experts that represent people who work in the sector, as well as people who represent the community.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think that highlights the incredible list of organizations that we currently finance. Could you comment, administration, on the average grant amount?
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, your worship, I don't have the average grant amount. What I can tell you is we fund roughly 80% of the applicants who apply for funding, and on average they receive somewhere around 70 to 75% of their ask.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevens, you have about just under a minute to go.
Yeah, thank you. This motion doesn't aim to prescribe how the new money would be spent, but I'd like to ask administration, if there was this predictable increase, what could we accomplish? What would change? What would we finance? How would this new money be used if it was predictable and sustainable over the long term?
Ms. Shaley?
Through you, your worship, I would suggest we would have to bring back some options to council for consideration. it's likely that some organizations who don't receive funding would receive funding. Others that currently receive funding might receive more funding. There's a few different options that we would be able to look at to target the funds. One would be just handing the funds over to the adjudication committee and letting them use the criteria they currently use. Another option council could consider would be directing the funds to one of the streams or a specific priority within the stream. We talked about TRC, we talked about homelessness. Those would be examples. Another example would be to direct the funding to annual activities, which is where we see the greatest need, the kinds of activities that happen year after year. And so those would be some of the examples. We'd have to bring back a few options and weigh the pros and cons of each option.
Great, thank you. I'll just end by saying I think this is arguably one of the best uses of civic resources. It enhances community engagement with the city. Can't see, it's actually one of the best examples of how we spend our money. So I'm hoping to get council support.
Thank you for that. Other speakers, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. This matter deals with the allocation of resources. It's purely a budgetary matter. I move that it be referred to the 2019 budgetary process.
Before we have a referral, other members may want to speak on this, so I'm going to ask you to hold that for a moment. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I was thinking along the same lines of Councillor Hawkins, but I did have a question prior to that. The way this motion is written, it seems to tie our hands that we have to do this and it's sent to the budget process. So I'd just like to hear administration's view on that. And is it something that when we refer it, as I said, it basically says to increase it subsequently indexed to inflation. So it doesn't give us a budget actual debate per se. It's actually saying to do it. So through you.
Well, it will if we should refer it. They'll have to give us implications of it.
We refer it as it's written.
Yeah.
It doesn't give us any choice. So I just, that's what I would like clarification on.
Mr. Onwright, do you have any comment on that?
We do want to take it through the 2019 budget process.
Mr. Holden.
So through you, Your Worship, the way it's written is that we would go away, do this work, and it would come as a part of the 2019 budget process for a decision by council.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to tie our hands that this is the way it is, and then we discuss the budget after. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments on this? Councillor Flagel, if you could take the chair just for a moment, please.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'll support the referral motion as it is clearly a budget item, but I have just a couple of comments to make. Everything that we do as a city council is essential. Everything we do, water, streets, recreation, everything is essential, and that's why we are such an important level of government. We are the government that matters in delivering public services. No one does it any better than we do. So I want to be clear that one's choice of grants being more important than something else is a discussion we're going to have at budget time. So I will vote for the referral on the basis of us having a discussion, but I want to just throw this out, that we never automatically index anything to inflation. It's a budget discussion that we have every year. So we could easily say that that's put to an increase of inflation every service we have. Money for pools, more roads, our sewer, whatever it may be, for golf courses. I'm not sure I want to go down that road. Is a budget time for discussion? Do we want to put more money this year into grants versus something else? I accept that, but not putting anything based on inflation. That is a tying your hands. It is with respect to the political environment and economic environment. We have revenue sharing will be problematic next year. We don't know what that's going to be. It may be down. So our transfers could be down. We have to make some choices here. the ability of taxpayers to pay something when they say, oh, this particular stream will always be indexed, always have a tax increase. I just urge us to be cautious of this, of a precedent. Do we want to put more money into capital grants next year? Maybe. Do we want to do it every year? I don't think so. I think that needs to be part of the discussion we have each and every year as we set our priorities, as we begin to make choices, which is what's so difficult to do in a budget time. So from my perspective, I would say, yeah, let's talk about it in 2019, but I'm never going to be in favor of any service being indexed to inflation when others are not, that could be seen as important to other people. Okay. Other speakers to the motion before I turn over to Councillor Hawkins? Councillor Hawkins.
Move the referral motion to the 2019 budget process.
I just need some clarity. So if I vote in favor of this referral, does it not have the same outcome?
It just goes for discussion, and the report will come back with the implications of it being indexed. We'll see what that number looks like. We will not make a decision until budget time.
Okay.
Simply referring the whole idea to the budget process. We're all clear on the referral motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Councillor Stevens, notice of motion. We'll just read the not the whereas clauses, but the therefore be it resolved. And it's not debatable motion, it simply is a notice of motion.
Through the chair, therefore be it resolved that City Council write to Lord John, Member of Parliament, the Honourable Mark Garneau, Minister of Transportation, the Honourable Catherine McKenna, Minister of Environment, and the Honourable Ralph Goodale, Minister of Public Safety, to encourage the passage and implementation of Bill C-312, the National Cycling Strategy.
Thank you for that, Councillor Stevens. Now move on to bylaws and related reports. Councillor Flagel for the community service fees and charges for 2018-2019. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Rise in support of the CR 18-70 and recommendation that the fees and charges as outlined in Appendix A, Schedule A-8 be approved. Now, if I could get a seconder for this.
Seconder, please. Councillor Massanelli.
A slight change in one of the fee schedules. The following fees and charges is outlined in Appendix A. Schedule C be amended as follows. Northwest Leisure Center, 66.25 for September 1st, 2018. September 1st to 2019 will now be $67.56. And indoor pool rentals, Lawson, competitive meets, pool rental rates for high performance clubs, etc., are at $1,474.05. These were slight errors, and now they've been amended and changed. So when I read the bylaws, these will be reflected in the new
bylaw. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Discussion on the report. Call the question. Oh, you do? Okay. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I notice most of these fees are frozen. When they do go up, by what measure are these fees increased?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship. So the individual fees will come forward in, I believe, 2020 after the Recreation Master Plan comes forward and is approved by council or discussed. The fees that we are increasing now are in consideration of increased expenses, so more on the maintenance side of the facilities. Administration felt holding the other fees until 2020 was appropriate. There's a lot of competition with new facilities opening with discounted rates, so trying to keep competitive with those other businesses.
Perfect, thank you.
Other discussion on the report? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Report 71, Community Protective Services Class Trip Program Implementation. Councillor Flagel.
CR 18-71, I rise in support of this. If I could have a seconder, please.
Seconder, please. Councillor Barshani.
Thank you. Basically, it's the, as you mentioned, that the class trip program for Regina Transit will be implemented starting September 10th, 2018, in the new school year. And what this really is it's a user. The buses are already running through the city. We're gonna fill them with kids during their peak times and our low times. And the transit class trip program terms of service basically is the program is limited to regular scheduled transit routes, so we're not changing anything. The program will be open to school groups from the public, private, and separate school boards. Travel times will be limited to weekdays, off-peak times 9 to 3 in the afternoon. Paratransit or special services will not be included, as they generally aren't when they rent the orange buses and they have to get special needs buses for those children in need. Class sizes cannot exceed 35 people in total. The organizer must contact and apply 1 week before the actual trip, and the class would board the bus with the verification provided by the transit system. So basically, if there's a school bus stop right in front of the school, 25 kids get ready, they've registered. It's no different than them loading them up into an orange bus and they're moving away, and we're providing the service because the bus is driving there. We don't make any special pickups. We don't make any special stops. Nothing changes. It also enhances these young children to maybe start riding the bus, because we're running at 13%, I think, is what our volume is, somewhere in that range, and it's low. So if this gives them the sense that they can start to use a bus, maybe go to the downtown, the plaza from their homes, pay a little extra, we could start to increase ridership. And this is just one way of our city contributing to the helping the young children of Regina. So we move concurrence on this report, and hopefully we will pass it through tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Discussion on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The last two items are two bylaws. Councillor Flagel.
Okay, two bylaws, 2018-33 and 34. And the one, as I mentioned, is amended with the fee services. So I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that bylaws 2018, 33, and 34 be introduced and read a first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaws 2018-33 and 34 be read a second time, as amended.
Sorry, any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor O'Donnell, that council hereby consent the bylaws 2018-33 and 34 going to a third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw 2018-33 and 34 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion to adjourn, please. Councillor Bryce. Councillor Stevens moves, is a seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Good night, everyone, or almost good morning.
So it's called